Hey everyone, this is episode number 97 of the Avocado Gamescast, the Avocado's gaming podcast. We've got a great show lined up for you today. We're going to give our take on the Game Awards nominees and make some predictions about what we'll see at the show. We hope to have this episode out before December 7th when the awards air, but in case we don't, think of this episode as a bizarre little time capsule. After that, we'll chat about the games we've been playing lately and why you should play them too. But before we dive in, let's introduce ourselves. I'm Merve, and joining me today, she doesn't think the Hadrian Impact or the Nero Consequence have quite the same ring to them. It's QuinleyThorne.
Hi. Great to be back.
Glad to have you. He often ponders whether blue Pikmin would taste like meat, vegetable, or beverage. It's Captain Blasto.
I've decided it's beverage.
Can't argue with that.
Purple Gatorade.
Like the soda.
Yeah.
Like that blue Mountain Dew.
Exactly. And finally, he's power washing every nook and cranny of this room, and he doesn't care who knows it. It's the Kappa.
And I like that, kind of the internet came around to Power Wash Simulator after me. I kind of felt like that and Vampire Survivor, I think, were my two, ahead of their time things.
And they're both fantastic.
Yeah. I was, trying to tell people about Vampire Survivor. I'm like, no, wait, it's hard to explain. It's like a reverse bullet hell. I don't know how to explain it, but, man, I love that game. And Power Wash Simulator gets so weird. I was telling Merve on the Gamescast that there's hey, there's lore in this game.
It gets a little Cthulhu-esque, right?
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to actually buy Power Wash Simulator because we'll get into this later. But I got rid of my Xbox, and so Game Pass is not a thing for me anymore.
Man.
I'm gonna have to. Well, I have it on Switch, but it doesn't look or perform well, so I'm gonna need to buy it on PlayStation.
Vampire Survivor just seems like angry cookie clicker. Is that accurate?
It's the best way I can describe it is those old school bullet hell games where you were the ship and you blast, things. Imagine that, but everything surrounds you slowly rather than comes, scrolling from the top of the screen.
Yeah, I've seen video of it. I've just never played it.
No, the economy part is the coolest part. I mean, and then, it's got really goofy names for everything. It's kind of silly.
It was probably... It was one of my had Tunic not also come out last year, it probably would have been my favorite game last year.
Yeah, it goes in some weird directions too by the end. I enjoyed that a lot.
For sure. I would say I've been ahead of the curve on two things. One of them was Yella's Marble Runs before that blew up. And the other one was Carly Rae Jepsen, because I'm from Canada. And I knew who she was before Call Me Maybe. Yeah, so when she hit it big, I was like, why is the third place finish from the 5th season of Canadian Idol so big now? How did that happen?
I like her, but man, I can't stand Tate McRae. You guys can have her back.
I feel like that's how Canadians reacted to Bare Naked Ladies probably at the time too. We've been all about this.
I was probably too young for that because at the time, around the time they hit it big in the States, was the time when I was becoming aware of music as an industry, because I was a kid in the 90s, right? So I didn't really grow up with Bare Naked Ladies. It's something that kind of was fully formed for me by the time I was getting into music.
I think the original weird Canadian band was probably Crash Test Dummies. They were Canadian, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm you're really, what is this? I don't know whether I like.
Why are they humming?
Incredibly low.
He's the world's deepest voice.
I didn't know they made them that low up there.
We had all sorts of voices up here.
Yeah, like Billy Talent. That's the only one I could think of off the top of my head.
The only Canadian band. The first one, not Rush, not Bachman Turner Overdrive. No, Billy Talent.
I mean,
who released
Rush,
exactly
right?
this album in the 80s.
I think probably my single favorite line in the South Park movie is the Canadian government has apologized for Bryan Adams on several occasions.
I think, on one end you've got Crash Test Dummies with the deepest voice, and you've got Rush with the highest voice. I think if they just met in the middle,
yeah,
that's you get up with Nickelback. Is that what it is?
Oh God,
Nickelback is. The thing about Nickelback is because I'm from Canada. I knew them before they were big. I also knew them before they were bad. I remember their old stuff, which was better than what they hit it big with, which was really not good.
Hey, there is a video on the internet of Megan Thee Stallion cooking in her kitchen and just genuinely, sincerely jamming to Nickelback. Like, she loves unironically. So, hey, they may be due for a renaissance.
Yeah.
Like, are we talking the state era Nickelback, or are we talking like Silver Side Up onward?
I don't know. I did not unmute the video because I didn't. I think it might have been You Remind Me. I'm not sure.
Yeah, you remind me. Okay, so it was just before they went off a cliff and.
Yeah, You Remind Me is actually not that bad. I mean, Father John Misty likes it, so hey.
The good song on that album is Too Bad. That's the one with like the guitar solo and like, you know, the actual stuff in it. Anyway, this is a video game podcast. And as much as I love talking about CanCon and just like behind the curtain before we start recording.
Are you required to devote like a specific amount of time to that?
Yeah, the Canadian
government. You want to get into like Canadian government regulation? It's unclear at the moment whether this would qualify as user-generated content and therefore not subject to CRTC regulation due to new laws that have been passed. In all likelihood, no, this is not going to be regulated. The intent is to regulate the platforms themselves, which would be things like Spotify and Apple Podcasts and other things that serve content. Whether this has a knock-on effect of actually regulating podcast content itself is up in the air. I don't actually know right now. But we don't make any money off this podcast anyway. This is entirely free and entirely volunteer run.
Costs money, as a matter of fact.
Yeah, like we've like I bought a microphone specifically for this podcast.
If I end up on this podcast a third time, I may have to actually just buy a mic and headset because I'm just using my gamer headset that is plugged into my phone right now.
I have mine from back when I had a podcast that also lost money.
Well, if folks want to run ads on this, like, you know, Squarespace ever wants to sponsor us, Stamps.com, MeUndies. Yeah, Audible. Come on. Like, what is a podcast except for an audiobook without text, right?
Oh, I don't like the new Dollar Shave Club. Their razors suck now. They're off the list.
Yeah, they're a Walmart.
Look at Kappa losing us a sponsor right here.
Yeah. No, I used to like it because the old razors used to have like a razor on the back. Like,
you
get so like it was like good for like trimming sideburns and stuff. And then they added like now you get like a 5-blade on the front, but they lost that back razor. That was the only thing I liked about that. That was actually like kind of hard to find.
Like,
yeah.
Like, okay, we're getting real personal here. I get hair on like, you know, the part, I forget what's the part of the ear that's like touching your cheek.
Yeah,
I don't know what that's called. Like, is it pinna? I don't know what it's called. Anyway, I'm not an anatomist. You can't shave that with a 5-blade razor. You need that one blade to like get those hairs off there. So I need that back blade. And if Dollar Shave Club is handing me razors without that back blade, I'm sorry, they don't get to sponsor a podcast hosted by a hairy Indian dude, okay?
Right
that's not happening.
Get him out of here.
Yeah.
Who's their competitor? $2 Shave Club? Let's talk about it.
I think it's Harry's razors.
Oh, man, no way. Those things are way too expensive.
I got I think it's a Norelco 1-blade some years ago, and it's great. Like it's all I need for pretty much everything. Like it gets you close enough. It's not quite the same as a manual razor, but it's close enough.
Oh yeah, electric razors are a thing.
Yeah,
I completely forgot about this.
It depends on your, like I have to shave like 3 times a day, or
Jesus.
Yeah.
If I knew we were gonna on a tangent about like gendered ads, I would have had like a brand of like period panties handy, but I don't have that, so it's like, and also.
Yeah, gendered ads, those are definitely a thing. So, like, peeking behind the curtain a bit, before we started recording, we were talking about, like, NCAA sports, and we were talking about American Thanksgiving. And I'm just sitting there like, okay, Thanksgiving happened a month and a half ago. I don't know what y'all crazy people down there are talking about. And NCAA, not a thing up here. But I also lived in the States for 10 years, so I don't get to claim ignorance anymore. That's the problem.
Yeah, you're like a toe in at least. You know what we're talking
Yeah,
about.
I've experienced Black Friday firsthand.
Yeah, I know Black Friday has a reputation, but it's kind of calmed down lately. Like, I went out this year. I didn't really mean to.
Sorry, what are you saying, Quinley?
I said because nobody has any money.
Yeah. Well, I think this was the biggest, like, by dollar Black Friday ever. It's just, like, I think, like, people just go and they have a shopping directive now. Like, I'm going to go and I'm going to buy this thing because it's on sale. It's not so much just, like, blow the door open and whatever I find for sales going in the cart. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't heard of like a stampede happening in a while, and
yeah, same.
Now that I've said that sentence out loud, I realize how fucking bleak that sounds. Jesus. We haven't had a stampede in a while, huh?
See, the thing that's been weird for me in Black Friday is after I left the United States and came back here, I didn't realize that marketers had spread Black Friday north of the border, and Black Friday was all of a sudden a thing when I was back in Canada, and it wasn't a thing at the time I left Canada, so I was extremely confused. And so now, they try to make Black Friday a thing up here. I'm like, we don't even have the day off work. How are we supposed to shop? What's going on, man?
And I think it's less about the deals now and more about, hey, this stuff was already on sale, but now we're going to drop it a little extra percent. And it used to be, you wanted to be the first in the door because who knows what's behind the curtain. But they do such a good job now of kind of publicizing everything. It's a little bit less mysterious and more, hey, here's the deals, go buy these things.
And like the thing is like if you're in the market for some electronics like a TV or whatever, right?
Yeah, there you go.
The Black Friday price comes up several times throughout the year. Like you don't have to fight the crowd on Black Friday. Like, wait a couple of months and it'll be at the same price on Best Buy. Or
wait like till like January, like mid-January or like February. Usually,
whenever the new model of TV comes out, they're going to be trying to clear out the old models, and they all get cheap. They get to the price they should be, like their actual retail price.
Yeah.
What I do is like I mentally make a note of like this thing that I want, and it's $40 throughout the year, and then if it's 30 at Black Friday, I pull the trigger or something. I just kind of have to mentally think like the deal's probably not going to be any better than what it is today. Usually, if you want it, a TV or a monitor or whatever. It's just kind of this is the lowest price point for this thing through the year.
So speaking of TVs and Black Friday, you might want to buy a TV to watch the Game Awards, which are airing this December 7th. I say airing. They're not airing over like cable or terrestrial TV, I don't think.
Where are they this year? That's actually a good point. Twitch, I know for sure. That's usually
Twitch,
where I watch
YouTube too, probably.
YouTube,
Yeah, and maybe I don't think they have any like airing rights on Spike or Spike isn't Spike anymore. It's something else.
Yeah,
right?
something
Paramount
else.
Plus. But I mean,
did Spike become Paramount Plus?
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Okay.
Paramount bought Spike, and that's Paramount Plus's the streaming service they have now.
Okay, good to know.
Reruns of Greatest Warrior. You watch them on Paramount Plus.
I don't even know what Greatest Warrior is, but I'll take your word for it.
Oh no, you gotta watch that, Merve. They have like a Zulu warrior fight a pirate. It's insane.
Yeah, it's like who would win? It's a win show. It's very.
Oh, okay. So it's like totally accurate battle simulator, but like a TV show.
Yeah, and it's just all made up BS. There's not like any real like science to it, but yeah.
Or like Death Battle, but on TV instead of on YouTube. All right. So, lots of games got nominated this year at the Game Awards. We're just kind of going to go down the categories and talk about some of the trends we see in the nominations. What do we think might win? What do we think should have been nominated? What do we think deserves to win? We'll just kind of go down the list. We're not going to talk about esports. It's not because we disdain esports or think they're not worth talking about. It's because we just don't know anything about esports. Like, we're all ignorant dum-dums.
Faker. I did watch the League of Legends. I think he should win everything. I really liked his performance, but that's about all the esports you're going to get from me.
All right, Faker. We endorse Faker.
Pencil him in as a lock.
I mean, I've heard the name Faker. So, yeah, that counts as a celebrity from me. So, let's start right at the top. We'll go with Game of the Year. The nominees are Alan Wake 2, Baldur's Gate 3, Marvel's Spider-Man 2, Resident Evil 4 Remake, Super Mario Bros. Wonder, and The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom.
So, right off the bat, I don't like Resident Evil 4 Remake being on here. I don't know if I'm alone there.
Same.
It kind of... I don't know if I like the idea that like remakes of games that were already like Game of the Year level type games should be on here.
It'd be like if The Last of Us Part 1 had been nominated last year.
Yeah, exactly. Like it's still a great game. It's just, I don't know if I like that there.
I'm kind of surprised we don't just have a best remake / remaster category.
It should be its own thing at this point. Like they're so frequent now. Like that should be its own category, 100%.
Yeah, like this year we had Dead Space, Metroid Prime Remastered, Super Mario RPG. I think it does lend itself well to a genuine like actual category.
And now
and if it were one, Metroid Prime wins it 1,000%. Like they practically remade that game. It was not just a straight remaster.
There was a period too where remasters and remakes were feeling a lot more like cash-ins rather than anything substantial. And I think that would be a good idea to have like a specific award for that to say like, hey, this actually transforms the game. It's not.
Now's a good time for me to mention I'm not a big fan of the dogpiling I've seen on Naughty Dog for remastering Last of Us Part 2 for PS5. Like so many publishers have already done that. Like Spider-Man 1 has been remastered for PS5, Death Stranding, Final Fantasy 7 Remake, like all these games have already done that. And like I think Last of Us is charging $10 if you've got the digital version already.
Yeah.
And they're adding a significant amount of content for that $10 asking price. And so, like, I don't get why everybody's like, why they keep remastering these games. It's like the original Last of Us remaster came out less than a year from the time the original game launched on PS3. So, like, I don't know.
I don't have a problem with it. I do like the way Xbox does smart delivery a little bit better, and it's free. But I do think that with Naughty Dog, I think the thing that maybe most people have a problem with is that The Last of Us has kind of dipped back into that well a couple times now as a series.
Yeah.
You know, I think when you've got basically 2 games with like 6 launches, it's kind of a little,
Yeah, I get that it seems like excess on the outside looking in, but I think this is more like the straw that broke the camel's back. I think the previous ones were more cash-ins. This feels like something that they always wanted to do, and with a lot of extra content. I think this is a little bit more along the lines of something I'd like to see from a remaster.
Yeah, as long as it stays at the $10 price point, I think that's great. I mean, it's just when you start to see, if somebody was charging me $39.99 for a remaster, I'd be a little more concerned, I guess.
I think
$10
for Spider-Man.
You can't even really be mad about that. So,
I think, and it's interesting you guys point out Resident Evil 4 as being the black sheep of this list of nominees, because I think it's created this kind of well of discourse around, okay, clearly 5 of the 6 nominees belong here, but the 6th one should be like anything else. Like Armored Core 6 or...
I didn't really care for it, but like Starfield should be on here.
Yeah,
right?
I agree.
I wouldn't put Starfield in here, and I'm saying this as someone who liked Starfield quite a bit.
It's the Game of the Year, let's be honest. It's good.
Like, I mean, the games that people are talking about that could go here: Armored Core 6, Cocoon, Dave the Diver, Hi-Fi Rush, Pikmin 4, Sea of Stars, Street Fighter 6. Like, I think these all could have been nominated. All probably would have been better fits than a remake. But maybe that's just me being curmudgeonly. I don't know.
Resident Evil
For-
4 already had its day in the sun.
Yes,
Like,
that's
it's been
my
celebrated for over a decade now. So like,
Yeah.
let something else be on there.
Tears of the Kingdom, I think, is maybe another edge outlier, but I do think it does enough over, as an actual sequel that it's not just a remake. So,
What I'll say is,
if it were less, oh, sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, like, it's crazy to me to think, like, going into this year, I could not have imagined any other game being my game of the year other than Tears of the Kingdom. And now looking at this lineup, I'm like, yeah, I think it probably would go to Mario Wonder for me. And Pikmin 4 is not here, but that's up there too.
Yeah, that's
Pikmin 4 is like my snub.
is like
That game is fantastic.
that's
We'll get
kind
to
of what I
that
was gonna
later.
get at. But like Tears, I think if it were a less stacked year, Zelda would have been a shoe-in, right?
Well,
But
and
yeah.
Mario Wonder came out of nowhere. I mean, they just announced that game like back in like what, June, July? Like,
June during the Summer Games Fest thing, I think, or not Summer Games Fest. Nintendo doesn't do that, but during their direct in June, yeah.
I think
Yeah.
surprise-wise, I mean, not necessarily that I would want it there or anything, but I am surprised not to see Hogwarts on here. Yeah.
It got 0 nominations.
That's
And
Big
like,
fat goose
it
egg.
kind of took
it
over the internet
deserves
for a little
0
bit when it launched.
nominations.
Yeah,
It's such a mid game. Like,
Yeah,
I bought it
I
and
agree.
played it, so I will say, like, as a childhood Harry Potter fan, I couldn't resist. Despite, I was like, most she'll get like 30 cents, right? J.K. Rowling. For
Probably.
my purchase of this game. So like I'm not supporting her, but I do like the urge to like wander around open world Hogwarts is irresistible, right?
yeah. I just from like maybe like the synergy level of like this thing sold everybody was streaming. It seemed like it was everywhere. Just to see it kind of not even get a nom, I think is a surprise. I mean, it's not a surprise, and like I wish it was there. It's just like it felt like it took up a lot of air when it came out.
Well,
Well,
the
and,
dust-
Jedi
sorry, go ahead.
Survivor is the exact same way. You
Yeah,
know?
yeah.
It at least got nominations.
Yeah,
I don't think I think Harry Potter. I think it did take up a lot of air, but I think that had less to do with the game itself and more just the discourse surrounding the fact that people were
100%.
playing the game. So people playing the game and streaming the game. It was less that. It seemed to me, at least, that it was less that they were doing it because they genuinely want to play it, but more that they were signaling something. They were sending a message by deciding to play and stream it. They were, sending a message that they're, playing the game or whatever.
I think
and also,
Girlfriend Reviews
just
got
big
death
clicks.
threats for playing it.
yeah.
Yeah. It was just it got clicks. It got outrage clicks. It got eyeballs on screens. Like I think that's really the only reason it seemed to take up as much oxygen as it did. And then I think once people realize that like it's just kind of meh, like it
Yeah,
just
the
kind of
game
quiet
itself is
died.
just okay, so who cares?
Yeah, like it's
I
not
think
even worth getting angry about, I guess.
snub-wise, as far as games that were just like very highly reviewed as well, any of the Like a Dragons, I mean, I feel like those were pretty highly reviewed.
Ishan, I would have a hard time giving it a nod here because it is a really janky game.
No,
Yeah. The Man Who Erased His Name, I would personally put it in here because I think that game is utterly fantastic, as we'll get to later in this episode. But it came out very close to the nomination deadline, and on top of that, you need to play 8 other games to understand what's going on.
Yeah,
So, like, the barrier to entry is so high that it's not going to get nominated.
Well, as far as like
Yeah,
indie ones, usually you have like a token indie in this game of the year, right?
Yeah.
Well, not necessarily indie, but I'm surprised not to see Hi-Fi Rush there. That would have been the other one I think I thought would be kind of in that conversation for game of the year.
Yeah, and
Again,
Hi-Fi
fantastic game.
surprise release, and it was fantastic.
I don't know
From what I
anybody
heard.
who had a bad thing to say
Yes,
about that
but-
actually played
yeah.
it. It's
Yeah.
I agree.
Now, as
don't
far as who I think is going to win, it's probably going to be Baldur's Gate 3.
Oh yeah.
And
Uh,
I find that
yeah.
annoying simply because it's the only game I've ever refunded on Steam.
Wow.
Whoa!
I think Baldur's Gate's going to sweep, and
Let's
you
hear about
can go.
that.
You can go back on the podcast though, but yeah, I don't have as positive as other people.
My head says Baldur's Gate 3, but my heart says Alan Wake 2. I loved it. I loved that game so much. But Baldur's Gate 3, I think like my case for Alan Wake 2 getting Game of the Year is that I feel like we need to reward weird fucking games, because Alan Wake 2, yes, it is very much a AAA game, but it is the kind of game that stretches the limits of the medium. It shows what kind of stories video games can tell. And like Baldur's Gate 3, I loved Baldur's Gate 3. I had a blast playing it. It was my most fun multiplayer experience this year. You can get a game like Baldur's Gate 3 any given year. Like honestly, if it was not called Baldur's Gate 3, if it was called anything else, I mean, it'd be like, oh yeah, and Larian Studios has another one of those out. But like,
if it was Divinity 3, yeah, I kind of see what you're saying.
Mirror Shine, it does everything incredibly well, but it's also pretty boilerplate, aside from like the main thing is just like how complex everything is and just how deep all the choices go and how it, the writing has to account for every single decision. But aside from that, everything else about it is kind of boilerplate. It's kind of like, yeah, it's a fantasy thing. All right.
I'd really like for Remedy to get some love. If I think I'm with you. I think Baldur's Gate is going to clean up, but I would like to see Alan Wake win here.
Alan Wake will win some awards.
Yeah, it's going to win somewhere.
Something.
I agree.
It needs to get something. Just
the chances they took with Alan Wake, I thought were really interesting. And
14-minute rock opera segment.
I'm probably higher on Alan Wake than I am Baldur's Gate 3, just as a game. Like if you said I have to buy one of these, my issues with Baldur's Gate 3 were I think the internet kind of went a little ridiculous with, hey, this is a perfect game. This game is complete. It's a lot of the hyperbole when it came out. And I feel like I got to Act 3 a lot quicker than other people, and I was like, "Whoa, we're not playing the same game anymore."
Yeah, that game apparently falls apart towards the end.
Yeah, and I mean it's getting a really nice patch cadence, so that's good to see. I totally believe by the time the finished whatever version is actually out, it's going to be in a fantastic shape. But for right now, I really would like to see Alan Wake win this one as kind of that actual completed, vision type game that goes in weird places and still holds it all together.
Well,
I'll also say
next year. So they have 2 DLC planned. For the big one will come out first quarter of 2024. I don't know about the second one. One of them is
that for Alan Wake 2 or for Baldur's Gate 3?
For Alan Wake 2. One of them is a controlled DLC.
Yeah, Baldur's Gate 3 is still on the fence about any DLC or anything. They're kind of staying mum.
They kind of made a big deal about this game is finished. There will not be any expanded content. There will not be any DLC. But this is also one of the very few games where I have heard people absolutely clamoring for DLC. So I think they may end up going back on that at least a little bit. But
I agree.
We'll have.
I agree.
And I mean, I wouldn't mind DLC for Baldur's Gate 3. It's great. Like.
The mod community will have a field day with it at the very least.
Yeah.
I'll say, I think there's I'd give it 70% chance that Baldur's Gate 3 wins this, 30% chance Tears of the Kingdom wins this.
Really?
Maybe a sliver of a chance Alan Wake 2 wins it. I think it's probably Baldur's Gate 3 though.
Yeah.
The only one of these I played is
Spider-Man. That's for sure. I think
probably
Spider-Man
not. Even though that was well received, I don't see it being Mario Wonder either. Mario Wonder's the only one of these I've played. I liked it. I'm not done with it yet. I'm near the end. I've liked it quite a bit. It's very good. It's not going to be my game of the year, but yeah, it's good.
I'm taking my second pass through it, and I just recently got all of the non-Special World Wonder Seeds, and it's a phenomenal game. Honestly, for me, it's hard to say between Tears of the Kingdom and Mario Wonder, and Spider-Man 2's up there too. it met every expectation I had for that game, but it didn't exceed any of them.
I
Whereas
think that's fair.
Mario Wonder was like, I haven't felt that way about a 2D Mario game since probably Super Mario World. And it was really nice to feel that way again.
Yeah, it definitely does have a little bit of that special sauce, at least. Even someone like me who's, let's say, a little cooler on it still sees that special sauce. So it's definitely deserving of some recognition. We got a lot of categories to get through. So let's get to the next one, which is Best Game Direction. And the nominees here are everything that was nominated for Game of the Year minus Resident Evil 4.
Yeah, that's an interesting category, right?
So Best Game Direction it's the Game Design Award.
Yeah.
I think that gets. I hear so many commentators saying, "Oh, there should be a game design award at the Game Awards." This is the award. Read the descriptions. Yeah. You're paid to read these descriptions. Come on.
The game that won it last year, I think we both agreed didn't deserve it. But yeah.
Was that Deathloop won it 2 years ago? I was like,
2 years ago, yeah.
Specifically.
Yeah,
Deathloop has a lot of things going for it, but one of the things it's specifically bad at is macro game design. Like micro game design, I think it does really well at, but like the overall gameplay arc of that game is completely broken. So that's why I was like, game direction, really? Yeah, not like art direction or music or sound. No, game direction.
And I've not played Alan Wake 2, so I can't speak to that one. But this is where I would say Mario Wonder really shines, because like just from moment to moment, like every 10 seconds that game made me smile.
I'll have to pick this up then. I've only heard good things about this game.
I could see this one being Alan Wake if Alan Wake isn't the game of the year.
I agree.
You know, I think this is kind of the
either this or Best Narrative. I think I'm leaning towards Best Narrative for Alan Wake 2. I think they have a better chance of getting that one. Game direction, like the gameplay itself it's fine, but it's kind of it's over the shoulder shooty game. It's and it's pretty much the same as the previous one. So there's not.
I think all those have that knock against it. They're all leaning heavily on something that came before. As far as direction, that's why it's a little disappointing of a category.
All of these but Wonder are sequels. Mm-hmm. So,
Yeah, I mean, I would. This is, I think, the second place category. In some ways.
Yeah.
I don't think it's bad to knock. I don't know that Baldur's Gate 3 had particularly great direction. I feel like
I just don't think you can recognize it for an award here because it's built off a pre-existing combat system.
Yep. Yeah. And it feels like a very well-run D&D campaign, where the DM is allowing you a lot of freedom and stuff. And I think that's great. I think that's a very cool system. But, I mean, as far as directing the game, I don't know. I struggle a little bit with what that equals to me. I would much rather say that like a game that has a very clear pathway start to finish and is doing something new, I think is a little more exciting than maybe, a well-run D&D campaign.
That's why I say Hi-Fi Rush was snubbed.
Yeah,
I think it innovated a lot in its mechanics. I mean, it's not the first rhythm brawler. Yeah. My beloved Remember Me, that only I like and no one else does. That was a rhythm brawler. But I would say if you forgot that Remember Me existed, Hi-Fi Rush was extremely innovative. And if you remembered it existed, Hi-Fi Rush was pretty innovative. So I'd give that a nod if I could.
In Spider-Man's favor, I'll say if we're talking direction, like in the film sense, the like set pieces in that game are unrivaled in really any other AAA experience this year.
I wonder if that's maybe kind of the confusion here, because it's all voted on by fans, right? So I'm wondering.
No, it's 10% fans, 90% press.
Oh,
okay. This one in particular feels like I said, like the second place category. You just can't convince me that there's this much overlap between great direction and game of the year. I don't buy it. I feel like this was where they stuck.
Well, it really is supposed to be the Game Design Award, but because their description is, award for outstanding creative vision and innovation in game direction and design. I think they're lumping a few things together, and maybe they should just make this the explicit game design award,
That's
so
what
people
I
understand
think,
it's focused on mechanics and how they fit together and how the gameplay arc of the game is constructed. But
I think Merve should
really
be a
hard to
producer at the Game Awards.
Well, I just think if you're going for creative vision and they're all sequels, we've already lost the plot. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
That's my opinion.
That's the other thing, yeah.
I mean, I dump a bunch of indies in here, but I'm a hipster, right? So,
Yeah.
All
I mean,
right.
you could stretch and say Alan Wake 2, I mean, because it's 13 years after the fact, but also, you know, it's still not all that different, especially if you played the remaster that came out in 2021.
all right, best narrative: Alan Wake 2, Baldur's Gate 3, Cyberpunk 2077, Phantom Liberty, Final Fantasy 16, and Marvel Spider-Man 2.
This is an interesting category. I gotta think this one is up between. I think the dark horse is Phantom Liberty, right? But I gotta think this is between Baldur's Gate and Alan Wake. But I don't know that Baldur's Gate has a narrative in the traditional sense, because your narrative and my narrative can be totally different.
Yeah,
you know?
exactly. It relies so much on player choice and player input. Like, nobody has played that game the same way twice, right? So I don't know if that's...
I'll say the only one of these I think is completely out of the running is Final Fantasy 16.
I
That
agree.
game was too polarizing in the
Even
reception
people
to
who
its
loved
narrative.
it had a lot of dings about the story, I feel like, too.
Yeah. This, I think, is Alan Wake 2's to lose, but
Yeah, I would say with the
might be
dark horse
mistaken.
being Phantom Liberty.
yeah.
Spider-Man 2, the story in that game was fantastic. And like as a Spider-Man fan, it hit like every note that you wanted and kind of remixed it in a way that was unexpected. And I of these games that I've played, which to be fair are only like start to finish, Phantom Liberty and Spider-Man 2. And I wouldn't even call Phantom Liberty like it's just DLC, right? So
Yeah.
I mean,
it's hard to say that that's got. It did have a great narrative, but it wasn't a full-fledged game on its own. So
Yeah, I could see this kind of being like maybe like one of those makeup awards, like in the Oscars or something, you know, where Cyberpunk 2077 had a disastrous launch. It's clawed its way back into, you know, being respectable.
Well,
I could see that being a reason it wins some stuff.
it shows up later in Best Ongoing, I think, and spoiler
Best
alert, I think it
Yeah,
deserves
both of
that.
those.
yeah, best
Yeah.
community support.
Yeah. All right, next award. Best Art Direction. Alan Wake 2, Hi-Fi Rush, Lies of P, Super Mario Bros. Wonder, and The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom.
I mean, you know, I'm all in on Hi-Fi Rush for this one. That game was it looks as good in action as it does in stills, and that's crazy for that kind of game.
It should be Hi-Fi Rush. As much as I love the art in Mario Wonder, it should be Hi-Fi Rush.
Even
I
like the
completely
different
agree.
backgrounds were just, I mean, like you'd enter a stage and you'd be almost like stunned at the new stage and just look at it for a couple seconds before we're like, oh yeah, I gotta fight things or whatever. Really cool world, very well visualized. Felt like a cartoon start to finish, you know, like a Saturday morning cartoon you'd actually want to watch. That's very cool to me. Lies of P, I think, would probably be the dark horse here. People really like that gothic,
They could have
soulsy
called
look.
that game anything else.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like that Bene Puck. Lies of P. It always reminds me of that episode of The Simpsons where Homer gets sent to the prison that Frank Gehry designed because he gets like caught in a drug test, and as he's hauled away, he yells, "He misread my P! He misread my P!" That's what I think of.
I was watching
I see what you're doing.
Min-Max's Thanksgiving episode earlier, and somebody cracked the joke, I can't wait for the sequel, Sleeps of B.
Jesus.
I mean, people like it, and those Soulsborne games, they get fans like no other. You know, I'm lukewarm on Soulsbornes, but people who love them. I mean, to the point, like, you know, that's like your Beyonce fans. You know what I mean? There is no
Swifties now.
Yeah, Swifties. There you go. they're the level of like committed to Soulsborne and Souls games that when there's a good one, they want it to win everything. It's not enough to win. So I could see that being the dark horse one, but I think Hi-Fi Rush, this has it on extreme lock if you had to ask me.
I would say, like, I don't know how well Lies of P captures like that gothic Belle Époque France setting.
Mm-hmm.
I think there's a way to do it really well, and I'm not saying Lies of P does it poorly, but it's also something that has been done before to some extent.
Yeah.
I'll say everything I've seen from the enemy designs, like especially the bosses, is phenomenal.
Yeah, the bosses look incredible.
I could say that about Mario Wonder too. Like, there's so many fantastically designed enemies that are new to the franchise for the first time in a long time. There's like a significant amount of new enemies that I think any one of them could be like staples of the franchise moving forward.
For me, Mario Wonder, I think, like, I'm not saying it has bad art direction. I think it actually has pretty good art direction, but I think it looks really good in comparison to the new Super Mario Brothers games, which were extremely workmanlike. And this seems like they actually used some imagination or wonder, if you will, when they were doing the art design in this game. But I also think that in a category where it's up against Hi-Fi Rush, Alan Wake 2, and Lies of P, it probably probably is out of the running, from what I can see.
Of these, I only played Alan Wake 2 and Tears of the Kingdom. What I looked at, I imagine if I had actually played Hi-Fi Rush, I would probably pull for that just because it looks so creative, it looks so lively, and it just looks fun. It just looks bouncy and fun. Like, even as somebody who only watched a bit of the gameplay, I can see how much heart went into it. As much as I love Alan Wake 2, I still would genuinely love Alan Wake 2 to win. The art direction is very meticulous because there's a lot of repeated imagery, there's a lot of triangles, there's a lot of reflections, there's a lot of water, and like the way that the forest is designed and how easy it is to get lost in. And like, not because the map is designed badly, you're lost in the forest, you don't have a compass, you have no cell phone signal, the sun is going down and it is getting cold. It's very, very good, but it's also just kind of bleak. It's kind of bleak, and I can play it in one sitting, but I can also see where that might be draining to look at just constantly, especially with as gory as it gets later on. So, but yeah. Alan Wake 2.
Well-directed and well-deployed gore, I think, is part of good art direction. So I do want to give it its flowers for that. Yeah. Next category, best score in music. Alan Wake 2, composer Petri Alanko. Baldur's Gate 3, composer Borislav Slavov. Final Fantasy 16, composer Masayoshi Soken. Hi-Fi Rush, audio director Shuichi Kobori. And The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom, composed by Nintendo Sound Team.
That's
Nintendo Sound Team.
Congratulations, Sound Team. This is my first, like, where the hell is Starfield category for me. I get it. Maybe
I actually completely agree.
Game of the year, I get it, but man, that score was, when you would get to a new planet, it was just booming, you know.
I think it's some of Tour's best work. Like, it's really, really good.
Yeah, and I don't know that I haven't heard much love. I've watched a lot of these games. I hadn't heard much love for Final Fantasy 16 score specifically. Unless it's just kind of assumed, hey, it's Final Fantasy game, it's going to have a good score kind of thing.
Yeah, it sounds like it sounds like all of the other games that are set in Ivalice, like all of the Ivalice games for Final Fantasy, because it is the one like consistent setting and that has a consistent aesthetic, music and everything, like the way the aesthetic is applied and stuff, it all is pretty samey after a while, so
I agree,
I'm surprised to see it nominated here. I think the one time they innovated the most with the Ivalice setting was Final Fantasy 12. Legend of Zelda, I'm not sure why it's here, because a lot of the music is the same from the last game, isn't it?
This one feels like a fan vote or something. I can't explain this category really. Hi-Fi Rush I get. Baldur's Gate had okay music, I wasn't blown away by anything. I was ready to destroy that Down by the River song, which doesn't make sense in the context anymore because they took the entire reason for that song out of the game. I'm not sure if I talked. Do you guys know about that story?
No, but I know the. God, that song's gonna be in my head now.
Oh yeah. So originally, the character you create, the Guardian, is kind of like what's the island where they eat the petals, the leaf petals, and want you to just stay on the island forever in the Odyssey?
Oh, the one with Witch Cersei or the one with Calypso?
I can't remember, but that's basically what the whole Down by the River song was going to be like. That guardian that you create is your worm, and it just basically wants you to lay down and accept the worm taking over, and like lay down and die.
Oh, yeah. Okay, no, I remember this. They made a lot of changes with the Guardian.
Yes.
Like,
So the Emperor kind of got created late in design, and then the Emperor became this whole like will you won't you thing, rather than just like, hey, you know what, just lay down, just let it take over, and the worms will do the rest for you. We can save the world, we need you to be unconscious to do it. So you create the Guardian, who's this character named Lily that says she loves you and she's going to take care of you. You just need to go lay down with her by the river, which is why that song, is so repetitive, I guess. But yeah, that was all cut. But I don't remember Baldur's Gate having Blow Me Away music, and I played it a lot of it. So
it's fine.
Hi-Fi Rush by a country mile.
I think so. Yeah.
Alan
Wake, has good sound design, but I don't know about soundtrack.
So what were we saying about Alan Wake? Quinley?
Alan Wake, 14-minute rock opera segment.
Yeah.
I think it'll win on the basis of that alone.
The one make it into the game. It was almost like every time it got brought up, like because it was one of the segments they apparently kept having to ask for money to do, and every time the people like, can we cut this out of the game? It doesn't make any sense. And Sam Link was like, this is staying in the game. This is not getting cut. He was adamant that it stayed in the game. It's so good.
I mean, after the success of the Ashtray Maze from Control, I think you gotta listen to Sam Lake on stuff like this. I will say I 100% agree with Kappa. Starfield has this phenomenal soundtrack that evokes a lot of mid-century American music. Like, it's really drawing heavily on Copeland, but adding a little bit of a modern twist to it. The one game that I think is a little bit obscure, but that really should have been nominated is the Cosmic Wheel Sisterhood. It's some of the most incredible space rock that I've ever heard. It's like this really proggy, jazzy, space rocky kind of soundtrack. You don't hear a lot of this stuff in games, and I think it really deserved a nod over some of the other like big games that got played this year.
On Starfield, for what it's worth, they have submitted it for Grammy consideration. So there is that.
Good. Give Yunon Suit his flowers, man.
It's a good soundtrack. I mean, like start to finish. I remember like landing on different planets and there being like different like motifs even. Yeah. Like I thought that was a really cool way to do it.
The only sound I not like in that game was the nightclub in Neon.
It's
bad and.
That's just like we roll with Microsoft now. We're bigger than the Game Awards.
Yeah, they moved on. They're over this. But I think that's why when the next category, audio design, kind of has so much of the same,
The nominees: Alan Wake 2, Dead Space Remake, Hi-Fi Rush, Marvel Spider-Man 2, and Resident Evil 4. The only one I've played is Hi-Fi Rush. Yeah. In fairness to Dead Space Remake, apparently the audio design in that is fantastic.
It really is, and like I haven't finished it, but of the games I've played in this category, I would give it to Dead Space.
It's so gross. There's so much squelching and swishing and noises, and it's just it is the most disgusting game I've ever listened to. It's fantastic, and I love it.
It's very visceral.
I do think something that sticks out to me immediately looking at this category. This category has the most horror games in it.
Yeah, that's a really good point.
Yeah.
And that is something that I kind of wonder. Like, I kind of wonder why isn't there maybe it's because maybe people aren't aware there aren't as many horror games released. I'm kind of surprised there isn't a best horror game because it seems like they don't get a whole lot of representation throughout
agree.
these categories, except when it comes to audio design, because that's where horror is
That's where they
incredibly
excel.
reliant. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
where they excel. But
Yeah.
I don't know. There are a lot of horror games that come
That's
out.
a really, really interesting point. Horror has always, been the dark side, pick in movies for so long. You would think that games would kind of advance a little past it, but it's almost the exact same scenario, right? Where they're just always kind of overlooked. So,
Yeah.
Especially when you think about how like Resident Evil was, I mean, for me, responsible for like kind of propelling games into this new, more adult realm.
Yeah.
Like when I first saw Resident Evil on a PlayStation, I was like, oh shit, this is, we've moved way past Mario and Sonic at this point.
Yeah.
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 I will say the one game that I think was snubbed here was Venba, which is a game that I have overall a lot of mixed feelings on, but the audio design in that game is utterly fantastic.
It was
they actually
every time you tuned into the radio, it was so great.
And there's also like the sounds of cooking. Those are the actual sounds of cooking those dishes.
This was the one you had that love-hate kind of relationship with, right? Hit a little too close to home kind of thing.
Not that it hit a little too. I mean, we can get into it.
It didn't successfully
the end of the year
hit
episode.
close to home enough. I think is the problem, right?
Play Thirsty Suitors.
I didn't even play Thirsty Suitors. I think this is a game where, how do I put this? How do I put this diplomatically? No, I'm not going to be diplomatic.
You don't have to get into it.
I don't have to be diplomatic. All I'm going to say is I think the last little bit of this game is really cowardly. And it kind of ruins the entire experience. But that's all I'm going to say on the matter. The Foley work is incredible, and I think it deserves a nod for the amazing sound editing they did for this game.
The art direction, too, in that one was fantastic.
Yeah, I think it's also kind of been snubbed for that as well. The art direction in that game is incredible. Next up, Best Performance.
So,
and
this one to me feels like, do you want a celebrity to win this? So you have Idris Elba,
Yeah, so let me just read out the nominees. There's Ben Starr from Final Fantasy XVI, Cameron Monaghan from Star Wars Jedi Survivor, Idris Elba from Cyberpunk 2077 Phantom Liberty, Melanie Liburd from Alan Wake 2, Neil Newbon from Baldur's Gate 3, and Yuri Lowenthal from Marvel Spider-Man 2.
So, for me, one, you could have probably put half the Baldur's Gate 3 cast up here. I'm not sure how they settled on Neil Newbon, to be honest with you. I thought Shadowheart's voice actress stole the show. I didn't even think it was close. I know people love Asterion for kind of more his personality, but Shadowheart gives you a lot of up and downs in that game. I mean, a lot. And
the thing about Asterion is like the reason so many people like him, and the reason I think his voice actor is nominated is you have to do I think you kind of have to do his romance to see the range that the character has, because if you don't, you're just kind of limited to same sassy Asterion that you get, whereas you get a lot more depth just by talking to her, which kind of wish that was the case for most of the characters. Like, there's so much of them that you have to like kind of get them to open up, whereas Shadowheart is, after once you give her space at first, after you talk to her more, she opens up pretty quickly, and you see very different sides of her, and you don't really have to like do the same amount of emotional labor that you have to do with other characters. But I think
that's a really good
people, and then a lot of the people who romanced Asterion, like it's a payoff is what I've heard, basically.
Yeah, it's more of but I think Shadowheart gives it to you the whole game, regardless of what options you pick. I think Jennifer English is the voice actress. I should probably say that, but I really think she crushes both roles that are totally different depending on what choices you make. Because I've seen both sides of her big choice, right? Which is, do you let her stay a cleric of Shar, worshiping kind of this dark deity, or do you say, actually, your whole life's been a lie, and I'm here to pull back the rug and show you everything, and you're gonna have this mind-destroying experience along with all the other shit that's going on. Hey, everything is a lie as well. She carries a lot of emotional weight in that game for me. So I'm not saying anything bad about the performance by Neil Newbon. I think it's great. It's just, to me, I'm just kind of surprised that he was the nominee there, when I feel like the average person who played through Baldur's Gate probably resonated more with her, unless they, like you're saying, romance Asterion, but this whole category could have been the Baldur's Gate Palooza, if you ask me. I think there was a lot of strong voice acting in that game,
and I feel like that's why he's probably going to win.
Like an ensemble award, but going to the nominated person.
Did they have?
Yeah.
Said that I played half.
They don't have an
games in
ensemble
this
award.
category, which is probably more than any other category. Idris Elba, I will say, was fine, but he was mostly repeating like his Stringer Bell character in The Wire, like as far as the way he was delivering the voice.
Was he
only got
using
the one
his
American accent.
regular accent, or was he playing an American?
Yeah, he was
okay.
American. And
He really I feel like it's the future. He can have whatever accent he wants. He should be going full Stacker Pentecost here. That's what I think.
Yeah, and they had him do it. He was like an FBI agent type, and it was fine. Is what I would say.
He is
fine.
Good casting,
So
man.
he is playing celebrity, playing a bit part in a video game.
Yeah, same thing
basically.
Keanu Reeves did. I mean,
Exactly.
But Keanu Reeves actually nailed it in Phantom Liberty.
Yeah.
Like all the extra stuff they had him doing in Phantom Liberty. I mean, his performance in the base game is fine, but he took it to another level in Phantom Liberty and like stepped up in a way that Idris Elba frankly did not.
yeah.
I mean, I still think Idris Elba's going to win this because of the
I do too.
celebrity factor.
That's what I think he's going to win it. But I think you could have put any name on Baldur's Gate, and I think I would have been fine with them winning too. But I mean, good voice acting all around. But I think he's going to win it from the celebrity usually wins these types of awards perspectives.
Runner up for me here would be Cameron Monaghan
Yeah.
because he did a great job, but he didn't have to go far outside of the range he had in Fallen Order.
Mhm.
But for me, easily the pick in this category is Yuri Lowenthal. Spider-Man 2, like he had so much to do and so much range in the Peter Parker character this time around. It was phenomenal.
He's just up against a lot of, I think, like heavyweights. That's the only problem.
Yeah, he's not gonna win, but
Yuri Lowenthal
think he had
Yuri Lowenthal has been working in voice acting for 30 years. So
yeah,
but Idris Elba.
he's easily the best voice actor out of this entire crew.
Oh yeah.
Well, aside from Neil Newbon was also in Resident Evil 8. He was the one with the glasses. Which one? The evil one, the werewolf, whatever his name is. But Yuri Lowenthal, out of all of these, I think Yuri Lowenthal is the only kind of working voice actor. The rest of these,
Ben
I
Starr
think,
is
are
Ben
actors.
Starr. I mean, he also does live action, but he does a lot of voice stuff as well.
Yep.
So I've heard nothing but great things about his performance in Final Fantasy 16. Even people who hate the game think Ben Starr did a phenomenal job with it. So I don't know. This is a really stacked and tough category.
It's a very tough one. I just
We haven't even talked about Melanie Libert's performance, which I've heard is also good.
So actually, I want to talk about that real quick.
He's everybody's favorite character in the game, right? I've heard everybody be like, Alan Wake kind of sucks, but this lesbian FBI agent is pretty great.
So Saga Anderson as a character, I absolutely love. I love her. She's fantastic. She is funny. She as a character is great. She makes a very goofy pun early in the game, and her partner purposefully goes, "I don't get it," and her first response is, "Yes, you do," and I'm like, "Oh, I'm in love." She's fantastic. But I personally am really surprised that Matthew Peretta and Icavili are not on here for Alan Wake, just because Matthew Peretta's performance as Alan Wake is basically he is playing a man who has been frayed just completely beyond recognition. Like, he is just on edge the entire time. He is gasping, he is desperate, he is screaming, like, and especially like for Icavili, he's having to do, like, yeah, Matthew Peretta is voicing all the lines, but in all of the live action segments, Icavili is still having to act, like, he's still having to do the motion, he's still having to do the face acting. And they've done an interview where they kind of talk about that process, like how both of their acting styles and what they were doing kind of informed, like Icavili's face acting and expressions in the actual film would inform how Matthew Peretta, delivered lines and vice versa. Like, I understand why they're not nominated, just because I guess it would be kind of weird to technically have two people nominated for the same character, because I guess I don't know, you'd have to give them both an award because they're playing the same dude at the same time. Melanie Libbard she was fine, but she, like, there wasn't anything about her that particularly wowed me. There is one.
That's fair.
There are a couple of segments where when she's speaking she gets really emotional, but for the most part, she's an FBI agent. She's pretty buttoned up. She has, again, she has her kind of goofy personality, but for the most part she's about, like, solving the mystery. Like, her character arc, it doesn't really change too much until you kind of get close to the end. And there is one part where it seems like it's going to do a 180, and then it doesn't, and then that doesn't happen. So the little, like, really emotional scene and really emotional, like, heavy acting that you get from her does not even last all that long. It lasts maybe about
classic.
15 minutes.
Remedy does that so much. I don't even know what you would describe it, but like the fake out emotional thing, and then like actually, I know exactly what you're talking about. I don't know what there's like, I don't know if there's like a name for it, but I know the feeling of what you're talking about, and it's a Remedy staple for some reason. Yeah. Like they give you this like path, and you're like, oh, clearly this is gonna, and you're like, oh, never mind.
And then it doesn't happen, and it's like, well, wait, yeah. We're seeing a brand new side of the character. Let's see that. And he's like, no, I'm better now. It's fine. It's like, oh, well,
keep pulling back,
moments where you think you're gonna bust something wide open with the character, and it's just kind of like, nah. Nope, it's just weird.
Also, I think Peter Franzen should be in here for playing Ilmo and Yako, because every single scene with them is fucking hilarious. It's good.
If I could put one weird name on here, besides, it's Baldur's Gate, so it's not exactly weird, but I really liked Wither's performance in Baldur's Gate.
Withers.
The narrator was great, and Withers was kind of subtly, he probably is not enough of like, part of that game to really have it, but just when he would talk, it was almost like, God talking to you, like, okay, I better listen to this guy. He seems to know what's up. I really enjoyed that performance, though. Great performance.
I like the narrator.
Oh, the narrator's good too, yeah.
Well, no, I did not like the narrator.
Because the narrator was originally going to be part of that Guardian. That was going to be the narrator's voice, was Lily. So that's kind of interesting, because people are kind of love-hated on it. But yeah, she was supposed to be kind of like this weird, like, back and forth with you, and ended up not even being a thing.
Well, I'm just, and this is purely a me thing, because part of it is just a style of writing, specifically by, like, British actors, especially in fantasy settings. There is always kind of this smarmy, too clever by half delivery that they all do, and it gets on my nerves.
Yeah, Asterion has a bunch of that for me, honestly.
But yeah.
I will say two things I'll note about this category is that there is both a lack of non-English performances for awards that are pretty international compared to most award shows. And there's only one female performance nominated. And I think that's a little bit of a shame, considering the wide range of characters of diverse genders that are out there nowadays.
There's no reason this category has to be so small, to be honest with you. This could be a best male and female. This could be, a lot of different things. There's no reason you've got to...
Sorry, what was that, Quinley?
Like, they could do best ensemble. I'm really surprised there's not a best ensemble cast.
Yeah. Or like a supporting VA versus like a main character VA. You can make these categories whatever you want. I just think when you've got and now voice acting is involving capture and stuff too. There's a lot going on, I would like to see this award kind of branch out a little bit, because it's oddly small to confine it to 5 people when basically every
6,
game has
yeah.
probably 2 people in every game you could nominate, honestly.
Yeah, I'd say especially because they don't have any non-English voice actors, it's left out some really great performances.
Is this about Kiryu?
It is about Kiryu. Takeo Kudo does performance as Kiryu
He
in.
sounds so fucking cool. Like, you just whatever he says, I'm like, yeah,
Well,
do it.
in this one, oh,
This
heart.
one
My heart.
goes places, and I think it's his best performance as the character. I mean, he's been playing the character since the mid 2000s, so the guy's had time to get acclimated, and he really knows what he's doing with these performances. There are so many subtle things he does that give you hints to the character's headspace that someone who is coming in cold and playing a character for the first time would never be able to capture. I want to give him some recognition for that. Next category, innovation and accessibility. I don't know how much we can talk about this, but there's Diablo 4.
I don't know a lot about this category. The only one I know that was on here that I thought was interesting was Forza added American Sign Language support for subtitles. I thought that was really interesting that they would add that.
The nominees are Diablo 4, Forza Motorsport, Hi-Fi Rush, Marvel Spider-Man 2, Mortal Kombat 1, and Street Fighter 6.
This is where you see a lot of your fighting games too in these accessibility categories. They really do kind of tend to push the envelope on having people play their games that have different needs.
And I feel like that's why this should go to probably Street Fighter 6. Having not played most of the games in this category, they completely revamped their control system in this game so that really anybody fighting game novice to pro can hop into Street Fighter 6 and have a great time. And I think they deserve it for that.
That's interesting.
It's not just the controller, because I bought the game when it came out, and I personally I've been playing Street Fighter since I was probably 7 or 8 years old. I've always played classic, so I was a little on the modern controls at first, and I was there watching the discourse unfold about modern versus classic controls. But if you do the single player mode, the first chapter forces you to use modern controls, and then you can change to classic controls if you want to.
That's very cool.
The thing about the modern controls that I think is really, really interesting is that it's not just it's not just an easier control scheme. It's one of the controls, the way that are y'all those who didn't play it, are y'all familiar with how the modern control scheme works?
There's modifiers to each hit or each button, right?
So the way that it works is that with the modern control scheme, you basically hold down to execute combos. You hold down, I think it's either R1 or R2, but I mean, you can switch them, so it doesn't really matter. But you hold down that button, and as long as you're basically pressing any of the buttons, your character will execute a combo, and it will execute that combo perfectly every single time. However, the regular hits, whereas if you're on classic, you have light, medium, heavy kick, light, medium, heavy punch. On modern controls, you may have light punch, medium kick, and then maybe heavy punch. You don't get access to the full kit for the character. You're significantly limited in which moves you can access and how they get executed. So one of the things as far as from a competitive standpoint, one of the things that you could this discourse really showed who was actually good at the game versus people who had just been kind of getting by, by just saying, I practice and I lab this character, and then they go up against somebody who is using a modern control scheme, and they just get
Yeah, totally different moves even.
Yeah. But the thing about the modern control scheme is because your kit is so limited, you have a lot less variation in your move set, so you don't have as many options for whatever situation you find yourself in. So the way you approach any other, the way you approach is limited. How much footsie you can play is limited because you don't have access to all the kicks. You only have a couple. You can only do certain combos, and you can like chain the combos together by like holding down R2 and then like pressing circle a bunch of times, or holding circle or pressing, then pressing triangle to string them together that way. But at the end of the day, you still only have access to like 3 or 4 of them. So if you're a seasoned player, after you play enough people using modern controls, they get pretty predictable. You're going to be able to figure out like what each character is going to do.
So is the intent more to like be like a training wheels that eventually come off, or is it to eventually like this is like a full mode you can play throughout?
This is a full mode you can play throughout. You can use modern controls in versus mode. You can use them in ranked matches. There are a few pro players that, at least in the early weeks of release, they did try to they were kind of labbing a few characters with modern controls. I don't know how well that panned out or if they stuck with it, but I think the reason it's actually here, and which is kind of why I hope Street Fighter 6 gets this, is that this was not the only thing they did for accessibility. But it was largely it's not just accessibility as in, hey, we want everybody, new players, old players, to be able to play it, but also like, if you have, any kind of disability that is going to limit the movement of your hands or something.
Mm-hmm.
Fighting games are you basically can't play them, or at least play them and be able to enjoy them necessarily, because it's going to be harder to move. So that's one of the things that modern controls does. It makes it a lot easier to execute moves so that you forgive the pun, have a fighting chance when you're playing other people. But the other things that they did, like I don't remember all of them, but there is a whole separate section about the controls. And it's not that you can just remap the controls, but there is a whole separate section for audio. There is something that you can turn on where you get, for visually impaired players, where you can get little audio notification noises that indicate spacing. It indicates where the player,
that's really cool,
is on the screen. So just by giving a little noise. And in training mode for combos, live-in combos, this is one thing that I really got on Street Fighter V about, because it just seemed like trying to do combo practice was really difficult, just because it seemed like the inputs were really unforgiving, like it was just being so precious about it. Whereas in Street Fighter VI, one of the things that they did to kind of alleviate that is when you are practicing combos, you have, in training mode, there is like a meter, like a bar above the character's head, and whenever they execute a move, it fills a little bit and then goes back. So you basically have a visual of how long a character takes to execute any given move, like what the animations are, what the iframes are, and all of that stuff. So like by basically how far and how fast that bar fills and goes back. So that's another way for not just regular more visually oriented people, but also it's a good one for like people who maybe necessarily wouldn't be able to get the combos. Now they have another thing that they look at, or like if they're hard of hearing but they can't, because some people do it by the rhythm of the hits, but if you're hard of hearing or deaf, you're not necessarily going to hear that, so you have the bar that you can look at to time it that way. There's a whole bunch of other stuff that they did, but for Street Fighter 6, for Capcom as a Japanese company in particular, I think this is really, really, really cool. I think that Capcom is kind of one of the few Japanese companies that really takes their international audience into account. Another would be Namco for Tekken, but Japan is not super great when it comes to accessibility stuff. That comes up in different ways in their games, but we're kind of reaching a turning point in the industry where there's going to be at least a standard for accessibility features in games, to the point where if they're not there, it's going to say something weird. So I hope that Street Fighter wins this, and I hope it kind of sends a message that, hey, this is a thing you need to do and you need to get it right, and these are the things that you can do to get to kind of get that push, because there are a lot of accessibility features that are present in like Western games that just are not in Japanese games for some reason, and it's little stuff like being able to change the font size for subtitles. It's really annoying, but that's that. I didn't play Mortal Kombat 1, so I can't speak to that one.
Yeah, I think one of the reasons fighting games really push so hard for this, to be honest with you, is because it's hard to create a market for fighting games. You know what I mean? It's very like people come in, people come out. You really want to create that market where people feel like they can join, they can drop in, they can do stuff. And it's very like
the competitiveness of the FGC is also very intense, and that can intimidate and overwhelm people a bit.
If people just say there's no room for me in this game, they're not going to buy it. Where I think that's a big mistake. So,
I consistently heard about Street Fighter. One consistent bit of praise was that this is a fighting game for everyone, and I think that really speaks. To how well they were able to implement these accessibility features, and just how much more everybody was able to get out of the game because of it.
Heck, I've never bought a traditional fighting game, and I seriously considered getting Street Fighter 6. The only reason I didn't is because this year was way too stacked. So I do want to shout out Forza Motorsport for being, I think, the first driving game that has a mode for the visually impaired.
Really?
Yeah, they have a mode that you can drive using sound cues that specifically signal when turns are coming up, that signal different types of terrain, etc.
It makes sense. Racing, fighting, all those kind of niche games, their audiences need to be grown, and I think that's really cool that they're going that far with it. Both those games. So, Merve, your favorite category is coming up.
Okay, yeah. Gains or impact. Okay, we're gonna rush through the next couple of rows. We're on the first row of 4.
Yeah, I know.
So we got to the second row. Gains or impact. I already ranted about this, I think, last year. We don't need to repeat my rant about why I think gains or impact is at best well-meaning but condescending, at worst just
I'm glad I'm not
pure garbage. But what's up? What the category description is for a thought-provoking game with a pro-social meaning or message. The nominees this year are A Space for the Unbound, Chance of Sonar, Goodbye Volcano High, Chia, Terra Nil, and Venba. Chance of Sonar, fantastic game, my favorite game on this list. I would still give it to A Space for the Unbound.
Amazing.
Sorry?
Chia was amazing.
Chia was amazing. I haven't played it. So I'll let you talk about Chia in a second. The reason I want to shout out A Space for the Unbound is because it is one of the only stories I've played that deals with trauma and recovery in a way that feels sensitive without being naive about its consequences and its impacts. It's really, really well done as far as the message it has with regards to trauma and abuse. Chia, why do you say this has a great pro-social message?
I don't know specifically that this category is the reason I would shout it out, but I'm glad it found a space somewhere. The small development team is from New Caledonia, and the game, I've never been there, but from what I understand, it's doing a pretty good job of showing folks what it would be like to be there.
It's really great to get games from more corners of the world, and as the games industry kind of expands globally, hope we continue to see more and more of this kind of thing.
And I think that's why I would like this category to reflect, like, I don't know how to describe it, but more about a diversity than an impact, right? Does that make sense? Like, hey, this is a game that, like, the Oscars has, what's that category where it's like short form foreign films that are usually these kinds of things, right? Like maybe they don't have the full capability to make a movie, but it's a thought-provoking kind of message and stuff.
Like that's for indies, right?
Yeah,
that'd be the rough equivalent.
I think that's basically what this category is diversity in games without calling it that. So
I think that gets me back to my rant from last year, which is the existence of diversity within a game is not necessarily a pro-social message, and it ends up being a little condescending. If you put someone who looks like me in a game, it doesn't mean it's pro-social. It just means you put someone who looks like me in a game. I think it's good that you put people who look like me in a game, but like, it doesn't really mean anything beyond that.
It runs the risk of pigeonholing games that focus on narratives of marginalized people and communities into just this category. Like, they can't be anything else. And yeah, I personally think this category is corny. Like, it's well intended, but it's corny.
You and Merve have a lot to talk about that.
Yes.
Yeah.
My God.
Yeah, like
just ugh.
My opinion, I think this category was created for Life is Strange 2, 1. I think that was the year where it was like, this thing needs to win something. It's too good, And I think that was one of the times where I was like, okay, it kind of felt like they made a category for this. But I don't know that game even would necessarily. Well, Life is Strange probably has.
Life is Strange 2, especially, given what that game is about.
Yeah.
I think I've told the story in the podcast before. I played it the year after it came out, and I finished it on the evening of the 4th of July when I was still living in the United States. And this was the same summer as the George Floyd protests. So like fireworks are going on, there are protests in the streets, and I'm finishing this game where, spoilers for the end, 2 Mexican brothers are driving off to Mexico.
Yeah.
That's a lot of feelings melded together in one like really awkward stew.
But you don't really get 5 games like that a year. You know what I mean? Like, that's kind of a...
I think you get a lot of games like that a year that just really obscure.
Well, yeah, but then, I mean, you want to give an award just for, making a game like that, I guess, is kind of like... That's why I think the impact could be a little more intelligent about what it means to be.
Foreign film.
Yeah.
If you want to make it an international thing, like, but even then, do Japanese games fall under that? We get a lot of games Japan, so that's where it gets a little dicey. You can't really.
Poland is making Witcher level games. It's very.
Yeah, exactly. It kind of falls apart.
I just don't know. At the end of the day, how can you pit environmentalism against anti-racism? I don't. Like,
which one makes more impact?
Which one's? Yeah, I don't know. I don't want to make that judgment call.
Yeah.
Or like in the case of like A Space for the Unbound versus Chance of Sinar, are you going to compare a game about how to recover from trauma with a game about promoting cross-cultural understanding?
Yeah.
Like, how are these things ranked against each other?
It does feel like
I don't know.
Hitting against different, impacts.
Yeah.
Next category, Best Ongoing, Apex Legends, Cyberpunk 2077, Final Fantasy XIV, Fortnite, and Genshin Impact. I think this is Genshin's to lose, but maybe I'm wrong.
Really?
I
think
know.
Cyberpunk.
Yeah,
Cyberpunk?
It should be.
Cyberpunk was a game that was released once. It's not a live service game.
So this is the Comeback Player of the Year award, I think, because this is them getting to give the award that they wanted to give to this game when it first came out. I don't think you should get an award for unfucking your game.
I don't either. I honestly think they should, because I played it before it was unfucked, and I thought it was fine then, even. But they went to like incredible lengths as a relatively small team in the AAA space, making no additional money to like really make that game what it should be, and I feel like that deserves some credit.
So
Did we tell him about the initial release of Final Fantasy XIV, fellas?
Yeah, well, that's why I don't think this is Final Fantasy XIV. I don't think they get another chance at this. I don't think they get a crack at this well.
Yeah, because they're about to wrap up.
Yeah,
I think Endwalker is it.
But Final Fantasy XIV,
I think we can all agree that
the team working on that is like probably at least 3 times the size of CD Projekt Red.
Oh, I think it's CD Projekt's Red to lose this one. I think this was the worst Apex season. I don't know when this award was.
Oh, I don't think Apex even deserved to be nominated.
Yeah, well, I'll say Fortnite actually had a pretty good year this year.
Fortnite's crushing it. I mean, I think a lot of people that we know, are probably out of this space right now. But I'm telling you, this was the best Fortnite season in a long time. It got a lot of the hype back by going back to the old island. Switching back to the old weapons, kind of demaking a lot of the things that they'd move forward with, which again, hey, that's not great, but I mean, keeping that game fresh year after year after year is tough. And
since 2017, that's a
6-year run for one game is incredible. And every season they come up with one thing. This was the season where they had like people rail skating around Neo Tokyo on rollerblades, laser rollerblades from the future. They did a lot with this game that just kind of always seems to fly under the radar. But I could see this being, I think it depends on how they're looking at this award. If this is you unfucked your game, it's Cyberpunk's for sure. I think if this is ongoing, I think keeping yourself fresh. I think Fortnite's basically back in a lot of ways. I'm surprised WoW wasn't nominated here. WoW's kind of having a moment with the rebirth of
like WoW Classic and all that.
Yeah. Minecraft too. Like Minecraft is still like a cultural fucking force.
I feel like Minecraft is like I feel like Minecraft is bigger than these awards though at this point.
Probably so.
Because it's such an at this point, like by the end of the last decade, it was an epic defining game. Like many outlets named it Game of the Decade.
I'll say by that metric, Stardew Valley should be here too. If we're talking
there's a lot
of best ongoing game.
Yeah, it's about to release more content.
Yeah, for free, and it's continued to be free for like the better part of a decade.
Shouldn't Derek Barone be working on Haunted Chocolatier right now?
I
think every time he gets bored with Haunted Chocolatier, he goes back to Stardew.
He's one guy, and he prefers to be the one guy. So I'm willing to give him a lot of space on that. He can take all the time.
That's fair.
We will have plenty of time to sink 200, 300 hours into making chocolate.
Just by reading this topic, or this category title, I think this is Fortnite, but I could see it being Cyberpunk. Genshin,
I just think it doesn't fit. I just don't think it fits to the category description, which is award to a game for outstanding development of ongoing content that evolves the player experience over time. I mean, I guess like putting proper RPG mechanics counts as evolving the player experience. Sure, but like I don't think going from -5 to 0 is worthy of an award.
Right.
Like my thinking is that it won't win this one, but it will get community support.
I think it'll
which is the next award on our list. Which is awarded for recognizing a game for outstanding community support, transparency and responsiveness, inclusive social media activity, and game updates / patches. So yeah, Cyberpunk 2077 fits pretty well here.
Category more than the
This
last.
is the unfucked category, yeah. So the nominees are Baldur's Gate 3, Cyberpunk 2077, Destiny 2, Final Fantasy 14, No Man's Sky. Let's talk for a second about why Destiny 2 is really awkward here.
Because they've done a
I don't
year, right?
Yeah,
think...
it's been an awful season for them.
Yeah, I don't think you want to put a game here after it fired most of its community support staff.
Super awkward.
Yeah.
And being the
I mean, that's
Destiny
half
player
the
I am,
developers in the space right now.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
The other weird specific thing to Destiny, though, is they went away from community managers this year to kind of a shared Bungie account. Meanwhile, the people are begging them to get off of Twitter because Twitter is a mess. You can't always read Twitter now, So you've got this weird, like, Bungie. They go on Reddit, and it's the Bungie team, and nobody really is who's talking. They basically just stopped talking to the player base in a lot of ways. Bungie used to have actual community managers, people that would be like, hey, this is what we're looking at. This is what we're trying to do. That's all gone away. Now, in their defense, a lot of it was due to harassment, right? There was some really, bad harassment stuff that was going on, and at that level, of course, people don't want it. They successfully sued someone and I want to say like got like a restraining order against him or something. But besides that, the team going from actual people to just a generic corporate account that just posts on Twitter, I think for 99% of Destiny fans, they're going to tell you this feels like a gigantic step back in terms of where the community support is.
Yeah.
So I guess this might be Cyberpunk
I think so.
2077's to lose based on patches and
Yeah,
stuff.
I don't know why Baldur's Gate is even on here, to be honestly. I mean, like, they're patching their game, but...
Yeah, but I think it's because of how it's not. I think it is less about the post-game stuff and more about how much work they have done since early access and how consistent they've been about delivering updates, how transparent they've been about like when they've had setbacks and what has had to change and why. And also, I don't know if y'all saw the latest Baldur's Gate 3 patch. It is
it's like 1,000 things long.
It's and that's not even something that necessarily all players are even going to read the whole thing, but they still go out of their way to to write it up and put it out there. So I could see Baldur's Gate 3 getting this one as well.
The one game I'd say was snubbed here is Deep Rock Galactic, which continues to provide constant updates and is really transparent about what they fix every time they put something out there. They've got a great fan
base too. They are very...
but it's kind of become background noise because they're just so consistently good at this that I think everyone's kind of forgotten how good they are at this. But yeah, I would like to recognize them. Next category, Best Independent Game. Now this one has caused a little bit of controversy.
Really?
Let me read out the nominees. Cocoon, Dave the Diver, Dredge, Sea of Stars, Viewfinder. So the reason it's caused controversy, all these have a publisher except Sea of Stars, which was self-published by Sabotage Studio. But, it's pretty common for small games to get like a smaller publisher involved in some way. Like Cocoon with Annapurna, Dredge with Team 17, Viewfinder with Thunderful. Dave the Diver, though, was developed by an internal studio of Nexon called Mint Rocket. Nexon being a multi-billion-dollar South Korean game publisher. Is Dave the Diver really an indie game? Who knows? If it were best indie game, that'd be one thing, but it's best independent game, and the category description is for outstanding creative and technical achievement in a game made outside the traditional publisher system.
I would agree. That doesn't sound independent to me.
Nexon is pretty much the most traditional of a publisher you can get, considering
because indie is not an aesthetic.
Huge it is.
It's an actual, business
it means
term,
something.
Yeah,
so Dave the Diver being here, I'm sure it's a great game. Lots of people praised it.
Gets a lot of streams.
A double-A game is what you would call that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I don't know. What do you think will win here?
I mean, I gotta think that it's Sea of Stars. I feel like that's the one that has the most. I know you love Viewfinder too, though, but I feel like Sea of Stars.
No, I didn't like
hated
Viewfinder.
it, right?
Of the one
I didn't hate it. I had mixed negative feelings on it. Let's say.
I remember you said that the puzzles were unique.
I agree that it should probably categorically not even be allowed. The only one of these I played, other than that, is Cocoon, and it was phenomenal. Very good game.
I have not played any of these, but I did before we started recording. I noticed that I had $32 in my Steam wallet, so I just bought Sea of Stars, so I will be playing that this week.
Let me know if I was right.
I liked what I played of Sea of Stars. I just haven't gotten very far in it.
I played the demo over the summer, and I loved it. I really liked it. And I'm like, oh, this is 100% my shit. And then a bunch of other shit came out. Namely, Starfield came out the same week.
Starfield and Super Mario Bros. Wonder are what paused me on it. But I'll go back to it once I'm done with Wonder in a few days. I've also played Viewfinder, but I don't think it deserves to win. It's not very good. I'm sorry. I know lots of people think it's innovative. I think the puzzles are just not.
I couldn't remember if you loved it or hated it. I remember you saying it was uneven. That's for sure. Like you liked when it would line up, and then other times it was just like, here, do this thing.
If I said that, it must have been on the very rare occasions where it did, because almost every puzzle in that game is not good.
Gotcha.
I will say the art direction's really good. I like the basic mechanic. It's just that the basic mechanic is not put to good use whatsoever. It's like it's so rote and like far too easy and not very clever. And they have a bunch of like extra hard challenge puzzles, and those end up being extraordinarily tedious. So like it's just not a well paced or well designed puzzle game, which is a shame because it's a waste of a fantastic mechanic.
That's why I'm kind of weirded out that best debut and best independent game don't seem to really. I mean, they have a lot of overlap. Don't get me wrong, you know. But what's the difference there that you're looking for in
Well, sorry.
Well, debut, like Sea of Stars is not Sabotage's first game.
Right.
That was The Messenger, so they would be ineligible for that. And Mint Rocket has made other games before Dave the Diver, so they would again be ineligible. But let's go to debut indie. So there we have Cocoon, Dredge, Pizza Tower, Venba, and Viewfinder.
Pizza Tower all the way? I don't even know.
I have a
It's
question
a meme
about.
game, but
I have a question about Cocoon. Does Cocoon like? Does it really count as a debut when in the trailer for the game they say from the creator of Inside and Limbo? Like,
that's a good question. Yeah.
like because
I mean, it's a new studio.
I mean, yeah, it's a new studio, but the guy's a known quantity. Like, we know who made it. It's not
And
really a
even just-
debut. He has a
Even just
He has a
looking at it, it's like the aesthetic just carried over, you know?
Yeah, like, does that really count as a debut? I don't know. I don't know. Something about that bugged me. I haven't played any of
That's
these,
fair.
but that was it. That was all I had.
Yeah, Pizza Tower I've heard a lot of good things about. I think this will probably go to Cocoon.
Yeah, it depends on what you want as an indie voter, right? Do you want that like, you know, moving movie abstract, you know, type feeling, or do you want goofy, silly, almost Earthworm Jimmian without the horrors of that creator, you know, kind of zaniness?
Yeah.
I think it's hard to take, you know, I think indie has some level of like it needs to be artsy in film as well as in gaming. I don't think Pizza Tower is going to win. I think it's going to be Cocoon 100%, but I did like my time spent with Pizza Tower. I'm not gonna lie.
So, I like as the resident hipster of this crew. I will say there are a lot of like really important snubs here in both these categories. Chance of Sonar, The Cosmic Wheel Sisterhood, A Space for the Unbound, Back Firewall. Back Firewall is especially notable because that's a majority woman team from Switzerland who did something really fantastic that basically no one's recognized.
Do you think Impact is cannibalizing this category? Like they're like, okay,
I think a little bit,
yeah.
like especially games from outside the Anglosphere and outside Western Europe, they tend to show up in games for Impact, but they're also just really good indie games. Like A Space for the Unbound, fantastic game. It deserves to be up against these giants of the of that space. Chance of Sonar is from France. Cosmic Wheel Sisterhood is from Spain. Back Firewall, like I said, is from Switzerland.
Let me ask you this, just as like a, I don't know, thought exercise. Something. What if like Watch Dogs Legion got nominated for Games for Impact? I mean, it's like a game about the security state, you know, AI taking over, like all that kind of stuff. Would that be weird to you? That a triple?
I'm not against that in principle. If that's what the award is about, like pro-social message,
right?
And you can extract a pro-social message from Legion. I've never played it, so I don't know if you can. In principle, I'm not against that.
Right. So it's not an indie category, right? Or we. Just
I agree. I very much agree.
Yeah.
That's one of the reasons why I get so annoyed by when people nominate for it. It's like their placeholder for emotional indies.
Right.
Like, take it seriously, people, please. Yeah, so I think I can't say like any of these are undeserving to be here except for Dave the Diver, which is not an indie game. It's just I haven't played a lot of these, and I loved a lot of indies that I played this year, and I wish they got recognized. Let's move on to best mobile game. Do we have anything to say here? Can we just skip this?
I feel like having a category for best mobile game is like having a category for best gas station 5-reeler slot machine. Like, why is this? Because the thing is, as somebody who at least used to before I got promoted. Oh, did we lose Blast?
I think we might have lost Blasto. That's okay. He'll come back.
Okay. As somebody who, Sorry.
I can edit this.
Sorry, go ahead. No.
Okay. As somebody who used to have a job where I had to fill a lot of time and played a lot of mobile games, the fact that all of these, except for maybe Terranil, I'm not sure about that one, but at the very least 4 or 5 of these, they're all gacha games. Not all mobile games are gacha games, and not all mobile games are ports. There's one game I played, Phantom Roll Scarlet. It was $7, and it's a deck builder with a really cool aesthetic. It has great art. It has great music. It has a story that mostly happens in the background just because, it's a mobile game, but it's really fun, and it was, like a really great puzzle experience. But it has battles, it's fast paced, and you only pay the $7. Anything else that you would want to buy, it's like, do you want her to wear a different outfit? But like any upgrades and stuff in game, that you play the game. And I mean, that's, not even counting all of the different simulator games that one Japanese company puts out, like where you run a restaurant or whatever. But there are plenty of games where you just pay the base price and nothing else, and it's really striking to me that most of the games here are gacha games.
I agree. Gacha games based off of existing properties for the most part.
Yeah.
I think that's kind of scummy. Maybe that's like a generational thing to me, but this is selling out. This is cashing in. This is whatever you want to call it, right? This is, hey, we got the Final Fantasy VII license. Let's crap out a game where, you pay $1 a day to top off to try to get Sephiroth's all black gear or whatever. That's not a game to me. That's gambling. That's
the erasure.
Yeah. Now I know Terranil. I think it's a city sim.
That is not a free-to-play game.
Yeah, I think that's the only one in here that I would probably consider an actual game. But I think that one it's kind of like a reverse city sim. You kind of try to like de-build cities into wild spaces, if I'm not wrong. It looked really interesting, but I don't know that I ever checked it out. But I'm surprised. I wouldn't be surprised if that one, at least got some looks because it's an actual game here. Where like you're saying, I tried. I don't even know how to say it. I'm gonna say honky, but
Honky Star.
Honky Star Rail. I tried it. It was
I mean, considering that Hoyoverse seems to have trouble with darker skin tones, I think that's appropriate.
That's just what
I didn't get far into it, but like I got a little creeped out. I was like, are these characters like the women are wearing nothing, first of all, right? And I get the feeling they're all like 14, 15 years old. It's weird. It was
they just sound 14 or 15.
Okay,
they're
well,
all 18. Yeah. Let's be real.
Yeah. But it's just
okay.
Game. I was like, I can't do this.
Like, I don't know if you got in on Genshin on the ground floor, but one thing I noticed is as the game progressed, the female character outfits of the new characters got skimpier and skimpier as they added more and more content to that game. So I think with Honkai, they just started skimpy.
Yeah,
They're like, we know what you sickos are here for. You're getting the mini skirts right from the outset. You're gonna be getting the panty shots right from day one.
So this isn't the first. This is not the first Honkai game.
Oh really?
Yeah. Honkai Impact Third was
Honkai
Impact. A lot of honky games.
A different game. And to be fair, they were skimpy in that game too. Like it was already so that game already set that precedent. But most people are.
So they're adapting it. It's it's in the source material. They're staying true to.
Yeah, and the reason it's getting as much attention is because of Genshin Impact. Because it's just Genshin Impact in space, from what I understand.
That's what I've heard too. Yeah.
It's Genshin Impact space, but with turn-based combat instead of action combat. So Honkai Star Rail, I think, will win this because it's the one it's both a gacha game and a real game.
That's similar to Genshin, so that makes sense.
Yeah,
because Genshin is a game you can play, and then the gacha feeds into it. But I would much rather that or the other game win than the Terranil. I would like to see Terranil get a win. I think it's Impact is what nominated for Impact as well, which is interesting. But
for sure.
So VR, I got nothing.
Let's skip this. We don't have to talk about
this.
Did
anybody buy into VR? It feels like a relic at this point.
It's not a relic. It just has a niche.
We
You're
have
in
an
chat.
None of us are in that niche, I don't
pretty
think.
much it.
Unless Quinley, you're a secret VR stand. You haven't told us.
No, we have an Oculus Quest that we got for Half-Life Alyx, and not only did we never get around to buying that game, but we deleted our Facebooks, and now we can't use it. We're locked out of the company because Meta owns Oculus.
Really?
You have
Yep.
to access their store to buy the games. You have to have a Facebook account. It links to the Facebook and nothing else. So we haven't been able to.
I had no idea that they just straight up didn't let you use it.
I mean, it could be
Can't
that
you create like a dummy Facebook account? Like, I don't know, pretend you're.
I do not want to give them any more of my information than they already
They'll
have.
find some weird way
Just
to
say,
track you.
"Hi, I'm Alan Wake, and I'm just signing up for a Facebook account."
I had a Facebook since I was in high school, and then as soon as my wedding was over and I made sure that everybody had downloaded which ones they wanted, I deleted that motherfucker. Like, no more. I'm done.
I still have that account. I haven't posted anything on Facebook in like 2 years. My profile photos from like 8 years ago at this point. I don't think anyone cares. Next up, best action game: Armored Core 6, Fires of Rubicon, Dead Island 2, Ghost Runner 2, Hi-Fi Rush, Remnant 2. Dead Island 2 is a bit of a surprise nomination, but I think it resonated a lot with people in the end. I don't know. I think Hi-Fi Rush should win this, but I haven't played any of the others, so
I played
what
Ghost
do I
Runner
know?
2. I enjoyed what I played. Never finished it. Armored Core 6, like I said, anytime you're messing with From, you're messing with the Bayhive. I'm telling you right now. That's going to be...
Oh, I think Armored Core 6 will win this.
Yeah.
It might even be deserving.
Right.
I don't know. I haven't played it.
So I did not play it, but my husband Sal played it, and I watched him play it. I can't speak for the gameplay just because I played Armored Core for Answer in high school or in college, and it made my hands hurt. So I couldn't play it, but he absolutely.
Did you find the answer?
No, my hands hurt. I couldn't finish. But I watched him play it. The story is actually pretty good. It's similar to other FromSoft games where a lot of the stuff is happening in the background, but it's also different in that it has a lot more characters and it has a lot more speaking and a lot more voice acting, so it's actually a lot easier to follow. Something interesting about the fan community for Armored Core 6 and why I personally am kind of pulling for it. Armored Core 6, a majority of the fan base, both on Tumblr and on Reddit, are trans femme lesbians, from what I can tell. Like, it is an ongoing joke that a majority of people playing Armored Core 6 are trans femme lesbians. It has a massive queer fan base, so I'm really, really pulling. I am pulling for Baby Girl 621 and Daddy Walter. I hope they get it.
Did they announce any DLC for it or anything?
Not yet, but also we were supposed to get Elden Ring DLC this year.
That's true.
They said, well, no, Armored Core 6 is coming out. We don't want it to overshadow that, so we're going to wait. And my guess is if we're going to get another trailer for Elden Ring DLC, it's going to be at the Game Awards.
Yeah.
So,
I
guessing,
Probably.
I'm guessing first quarter for Elden Ring DLC. I don't know about Armored Core 6. It ends pretty definitively. You do have to play through it 3 times to get all 3 endings, but it does have a pretty definitive ending. I'm not really sure what they could add story-wise to it, but maybe they'll add, I don't know, maybe they'll add a completely different story, because the Raven, that the name that you the call sign that you steal in the beginning of the game, that guy does come back for it. He's a boss fight, so who knows? Maybe they'll do a DLC about the original Raven, because it seems like you kill him, but knowing these games, he probably finds another suit. Who knows?
I think this is the category that this easily wins. I didn't enjoy the first Remnant. I didn't check out Remnant 2. I'm surprised it's kind of in there in that mix. I really hated Remnant 1.
Yeah,
it's Gearbox too. So
yeah, I heard Remnant 1 was bad, but I remember I watched watched the trailer for Remnant 2, it seemed interesting, and then it came out, and I was like, there's other shit.
Yeah, it's a bloated space anyway. It's just that third-person shooter that there's 10 million of a year. So Ghost Runner had a unique aesthetic, but really didn't do much for me. Hi-Fi Rush was fantastic, but I think most people would agree there's a lot more to Armored Core than there is to Hi-Fi Rush. So probably I think that's the winner of this one.
My heart says Hi-Fi Rush, but I think Armored Core 6 is going to win this. Best Action Adventure. Alan Wake 2, Marvel Spider-Man 2, Resident Evil 4 Remake, Star Wars Jedi Survivor, The Legend of Zelda, Tears of the Kingdom.
This is an interesting category, huh?
Yeah, I haven't played any of these.
I think Jedi Survivor is going to get it because this is the only place I've seen it nominated.
That's interesting.
Also got performance for Cameron Monaghan, but yeah.
Oh yeah, that's right.
So again, I think it comes to the philosophy for the Game Awards or an award show in general, right? Like, if one of these were to win Game of the Year, wouldn't automatically win the category? You know, like in a way.
So? I don't know.
I think there are games that are like, and we'll get to this in the next category. It can be a really good example of your genre, but not necessarily a great game overall. And that might be what people award here, but I don't know.
I feel like, because on the one hand, I feel like if you narrow it to just adventure games, I think the problem is that, well, not necessarily the problem, maybe not the problem for audiences, but maybe a problem for the people running the awards and making these categories is then you get into the question of, well, what is an adventure game? What constitutes an adventure games? Are we going to include the environmental narrative storytelling games, aka walking sims and adventures? They are technically adventures, but are we going to include those?
I would, but again, I'm a hipster and I can't run anything.
It would be awesome if Jedi Survivor won this category, though, right? I mean, like, considering all the other ones are Game of the Year, but I think it's got a strong chance. I think it holds together as an action adventure game. I feel like it's the second or third part of a trilogy, maybe. I don't know. Have they announced that? That the
There's
Jedi
probably
is
going to be a third Star Wars Jedi game.
There is?
I mean, I don't know if they've officially announced it, but signs point to yes.
It feels like you've gone on a journey with this character at this point a little bit more. I'm sure Spider-Man feels the same way, Alan Wake, you've got a big gap, so maybe not.
It depends. On the one hand, I would say if you have to play any games prior to Alan Wake 2, you probably, at the very least, you need to play Control in the Alan Wake DLC.
Mm-hmm.
But I think that was the whole purpose of them doing the remaster and releasing it in 2021 was so people could get up to speed, because there is a lot of stuff that you kind of have to know from Alan Wake 1 and American Nightmare, and then on top of that, they also include characters from Quantum Break in there, which is really
cool. Is that really for the TV show characters too, just to make it more complicated?
Well, yeah, but and they wanted to put Max Payne in there, but Rockstar told them no.
Oh, good. A little bit of editorial discretion. This is a weird category. I mean, I don't know where this one goes. I could see any of them winning it. I could see it even being Star Wars. I think this is an interesting category. I don't know why you would have four of the same Game of the Year type games in one category going against each other.
I think it just means that games press people like action adventure games.
It does.
And they have a bit of an easier time getting to Game of the Year because they are able to build in those big cinematic moments that really draw players' attention. Which is a shame because it means when are we going to see a strategy game or a puzzle game nominated for Game of the Year? I don't know when, but I hope sometime soon.
Break the horror game, break that mold.
For as stacked a year as this was for game releases, looking at this list, you'd think only 5 or 6 games came out.
Yeah. Next up, Best RPG. Baldur's Gate 3, Final Fantasy 16, Lies of P, Sea of Stars, and Starfield.
Oof, this is a rough category for me. I don't really consider Final Fantasy 16 an RPG.
Many people agree with you.
I feel like it's an action adventure game. I don't see what they saw about this that made them think this was an RPG. I really don't. Lies of P is a Souls-like.
Because And Liza P. It's from a South Korean developer. That's why. That's it.
Yeah.
I disagreed with a lot of things that Yoshi P said when there was the JRPG discourse happening earlier this year, but I believe that part.
Yeah, it's very pigeonholy to me. I don't see what role did you play in Final Fantasy 16 besides doing exactly what the game told you to do. You know, Lies of Peace, Souls like Sea of Stars, Starfield, and Baldur's Gate 3. I could see Starfield winning this one over Baldur's Gate 3. I think Baldur's Gate 3 is going to win a ton, but I think that in a lot of ways, Starfield is your more pure RPG. You know,
Yeah.
And Baldur's
I alluded to this earlier. Starfield, I think, is not a fantastic game or maybe even a great game on the whole, but I think it works very well as an RPG.
Same, yeah.
And
the blank slate, the new game plus, the building your character.
Even the way it systems, like the way it forces you to think about character builds and how that influences your play style. I think some people actually find that almost a little bit constricting, but I thought it was a good way to force you to play a role and to think deeply about how you want to build your character.
Yeah, and Baldur's Gate has a lot of that, but you're also, with Baldur's Gate, you're compounding it with choices from what other people are going to think of your character as well, a little bit more than you would in Starfield. You know,
who gives a shit with the companions in Starfield?
Yeah, exactly. You can do whatever you want, Sarah. I don't care.
Oh yeah, I frickin' burned UC Sitef to the ground. All my companions hated me. I don't care. They're all drips.
This is an interesting category to me. I think it's Baldur's Gate 3. I think Baldur's Gate 3, like I said, this is an everything everywhere all at once type Oscars for Baldur's Gate 3. I think it wins everything. But
sure.
I think this might be a category where enough people just say, look, what do I look for in an RPG? I think it's Starfield. But
I think Baldur's Gate 3 wins this. But the only one of these I've played is the completion of Starfield. I've played like 2 hours of Sea of Stars. So
maybe see Sea of, because Sea of Stars reviewed incredibly well. I could
it's beautiful too.
And it's gorgeous. I could maybe see this being Sea of Stars being a dark horse in this category, but I don't know. We'd have to see.
Yeah.
But Lies of P, I'm really not.
We'll find out in December.
Yeah.
Said we'll find out in December.
Yeah.
What were you saying about Lies of P?
I don't know what it's doing here. Like,
that's Final Fantasy.
It feels like it should have been in the previous category. Like, I don't know what Lies of P is doing in this category. It's not really. It's not an RPG. Like, it doesn't.
If the role you're playing is just the main character, it's not. Nobody's a main character in their real life, right?
All right, next category, Best Fighting, God of Rock, Mortal Kombat 1, Nickelodeon All-Star Brawl 2, Pocket Bravery, and Street Fighter 6. I guess we're all probably in agreement that this should go to Street Fighter 6, and it probably will go to Street Fighter 6.
Yeah.
I haven't even heard of God of Rock or Pocket Bravery until I saw the nominations.
Nickelodeon All-Star
Good for
Brawl
them.
2 has a little, cult following like any of those Smash games do. And people have said that this one was a complete 180 from the last one that they released. So,
like in a way, or
no, like in a good way. So,
okay.
I think fighting games have kind of always siloed themselves a little bit, right? And I think what you're going to see is the classic Street Fighter 6 versus the Smash clone of Nickelodeon. Kind of which one is where's the heat right now? I think it's going to be Street Fighter though.
So I don't know about that for sure. I have not played Mortal Kombat 1. I wanted to, but again, Street Fighter 6 came out first. But from what I understand, I think MK1, I don't know what they did for accessibility, if they had any, but their training mode actually talked about iframes, which is something the Street Fighter 6 training very pointedly does not do. And Mortal Kombat 1's story is really, really cool. I really like. I love
how crazy they get.
I love how laissez-faire they are about their timeline. They're like, let's just do it again.
Yeah, Liu Kang's the god now. Whatever.
And it's like, what about Melina's thing? It's a disease. Okay, sure. But I also like that. Spoilers if you haven't played it. I like that she gets a good ending. I like the small changes that if you're not super into Mortal Kombat, they may not make they may not seem as big a deal to you, but like in this universe, like Scorpion and Sub-Zero are related. They're in the same clan. They're cousins.
Yeah, I like that they finally kind of coalesced some of that.
Yeah, and it's really cool what they did. Also, I really like the I like the Jean-Claude Van Damme skin that you can get for Johnny Cage, who is actually voiced by Jean-Claude Van Damme.
That's awesome. Yeah, because that's who they wanted it to be. I'm pretty sure in the original Mortal Kombat. Yeah.
Yes, yeah, and he turned it down initially. But
if only he knew what he'd been missing.
Right? Mortal Kombat did a lot of really, really cool things with the story, and also like since we were talking about diversity earlier, does that include fighting games?
Oh, that's
like
it should.
That's another thing that like when you talk about diversity in games as far as representation, that when you mention fighting games, it kind of throws a wrench into it, because fighting games have always, like, since largely a lot of times since their inception, just because of the nature of like the sporting events that they're based on, they have always been international. They have always, to varying degrees, had representation, and that's only gotten better over time. And Mortal Kombat 1, like, especially with the last, like, I would say 5 or 10, like a majority of the characters, like when the games initially came out, like back in the 90s, a majority of the characters, aside from like Liu Kang and a few, were, you know, mostly white coded for the most part. But literally every character in this game, except, you know, save like a handful, they're all like Asian. They're like played by Vietnamese actors, they're played by Chinese actors, Taiwanese actors, South Asian actors. I think there's one Malaysian actor, and like they have a very wide and varied cast, and it's really, really cool to see how much they have updated the designs, especially for Mortal Kombat 1. Like all the characters look fantastic. It looks great. It's really, really cool. So I don't know. Mortal Kombat 1 could get it. I don't know how I don't know what their netcode is like. I don't know what their multiplayer scene has been like, because again, I didn't get around to it. But I could see Mortal Kombat. Everything I've read about it seems pretty solid. So who knows?
Yeah, it's very, very well liked, I think, among its community. But I feel like usually Street Fighter gets the edge when they release head to head.
Yeah.
It's bigger fan base, really. I don't think much else behind it.
I love Street Fighter 6. I've been thinking about strength ever since it came. What is strength?
What's your strength level?
We just don't know. I love that Capcom is in their FUBU era. Like, I love everything about it. It's my favorite.
Okay, so, Merv, what the hell is a family game?
Game that you can play with.
Yeah. Okay, so let me read the category description. For the best game appropriate for family play, irrespective of genre or platform, the games that are nominated are Disney Illusion Island, Party Animals, Pikmin 4, Sonic Superstars, and Super Mario Bros. Wonder.
I mean,
if you're going with the best game on this list,
Super Mario, right? Or
Pikmin 4.
Yeah.
Pikmin 4
Is this like
by
Nintendo
a country
category?
mile.
What is this?
I mean, 3 of these are Switch exclusives.
Yeah. I think what they actually mean is games for kids, but they can't say that just because, you know, that has long been, you know, there's some stigma associated with, you know, calling video games for children.
Right.
One thing I will give Nintendo is they have been incredibly consistent on the fact that their primary audience for a majority of their first-party games is kids. So it doesn't surprise me to see their titles on here. Like, that makes sense to me.
Yeah, I think
I wouldn't give Pikmin 4 to a really young kid. I think it's a little too finicky and complicated. But yeah, for like a teenager, I think they could really.
It's hard to figure out the age.
They could easily do
I think
it.
with family too. You know what I mean? When you're going because my kids play SCP all day. You know what I mean? Is it technically for kids? Probably not. But that's what kids are into. You know. But there's a lot of those types of weird games that just grab kids' interest for whatever reason. I don't know that my kids would play any of these games, so you know they're kind of the outlier there.
Yeah, I would say like Super Mario Bros. Wonder, especially as good as that game is, I don't think belongs here because of the ways in which it's set up.
I would say the
Like,
same about
if you want to have invincibility turned on, for instance, you need to play as Yoshi's or Nabbit. But like a kid's like, I want to play as Luigi or I want to play as Peach, right? They're not going to want to play as frickin' Nabbit, right?
Yeah.
Pikmin
So
4 has
it's
a lot
set
of
up to like
complications too
punish
for a
them
kid. Same thing I think you're talking about.
Pikmin 4, I just don't think is for really young kids. I think it's for, kids 11 and up, maybe, but I would not give Pikmin 4 to an 8-year-old.
Yeah.
It's just way too finicky.
Right.
Well, I don't think it has to be finicky because I think the thing that I think of, and I know we're going to talk about this later, but the thing that I think of is the amount of games that I picked up at Blockbuster and took home and had no idea how to play and was not even interested in learning how to play. I was just tooling around in the game and just seeing what it would let me do. Like, it doesn't necessarily have to be aimed at kids. Kids, you give a game to a kid young enough, they will find something to do in it. So I don't know that. I don't really know.
I just don't think they'd go very far with Pikmin 4. And like, this is not a knock on Pikmin 4.
Yeah.
It's a fantastic game, and
that's not what I'm
for
saying at all.
people who are a little bit older, I think they get a lot out of it. But you can't give Pikmin 4 to a young kid. They're throw that cartridge on the floor.
I don't know what age limit they're looking for at family. You know what I mean?
Games you can play with your grandma.
Yeah.
I think the Wii is the reason this category exists, though, because the Wii came out and suddenly your grandparents had a Wii at their house.
Yeah,
they had
playing Wii bowling all day.
I think that's what this is, but now we don't really have a Wii, and the Switch it's not a family console in the way that the Wii was. So I would not be surprised if we don't see this category, like if it just kind of quietly disappears in the next couple of years, because it doesn't really make sense.
Agree. Yeah, it's such a thin, narrow line for what is a family game and what isn't, I think.
From everything I've heard, Disney Illusion Island is the best family game on this list. It really is something that people of both adults and kids can enjoy together. Like there are extra challenges and stuff that adults can take on, and then it's co-op, so you can kind of bring the younger kids along. There's no like combat; it's all platforming. I think maybe that should really win it, but hard to tell.
It's just
because I haven't been a kid for very many years.
Category, I think.
Yeah. Been a long time since I was a kid. Best Driven Strategy. The nominees are Advance Wars 1+2 Reboot Camp, Cities Skylines 2, Company of Heroes 3, Fire Emblem Engage, and Pikmin 4. I think Pikmin 4 just easily walks away with this because its main competition would have been Cities Skylines 2 and Company of Heroes 3, neither of which was well received.
Company of Heroes 3 was received horribly. I mean, I think it's going to be like mixed on Steam. It is. People are really upset with it becoming kind of like a cash cow, like a microtransaction cash cow.
And
Cities Skylines 2 is just way too buggy.
Yeah, like there's
Fire Emblem Engage had kind of a mixed reception. Like people say it's the best gameplay of the series, but the story is garbage. And Advance Wars is just, it's a remake.
Yeah, okay.
Right?
Well, I have a thing about Advance Wars. Okay. I did not play Advance Wars. It's not my style of game. My husband bought it as soon as it came out. That game had a hold on that man for 4 months straight. He hogged I did not get to play the Switch.
Wow.
Didn't get to play the Switch until Baldur's Gate 3 came out. He just every single day he played that game. I think Advance Wars 1 and 2. Also, if you've ever been to their subreddit, it's fantastic. They have fantastic memes. They're so good. Advance Wars 1 and 2 is kind of similar to games like as far as fan base, like Factorio. It is not necessarily not so much a game you play as you hyper focus on. And you just people who play that game, that is all they will play for a very long time. Like it's good from what I can tell from what he said. They made a lot of tweaks and changes to the gameplay to make some of the challenges a lot like less unfair. The multiplayer, he didn't do any of the multiplayer, but there was some I believe there was some controversy about the multiplayer because it seemed to borrow from this other like fan-made online multiplayer that you could play in your browser. It seemed to borrow a lot from that, but it didn't implement it as well. But he never played it, so I can't say one way or the other whether or not that was any good. But everybody I know who played the Advance Wars game absolutely loved it and was obsessed with it. So I'm kind of pulling for it a little bit. We need more
That's fair.
games like that.
Skylines and Company Heroes being here, though, I think are just token like name games. So I could definitely see this being between Advance and Pikmin.
I think this is a product of a lot of people in the games press being not particularly well versed in this genre, and so they just nominate what the biggest names in the space are without much regard for what actually belongs here. There are probably a whole bunch of indie strategy games that would be better fits for this category.
Oh yeah,
that just aren't.
There's 10 million of those like Grognard, war sims every day that come out. It's just very kind of, beneath most of the people's radars. But I would say that there's got to be a better option out there than Company of Heroes 3.
And for simulation, because all of these to me are just strategy games. Like when I think of simulation game, I think like Stardew Valley or something. And if I think farming games, you think Construction Simulator 47 or whatever fucking number they're
farming
but
sim,
But like, if we're thinking farming sims and including games like Stardew Valley, I'm like speaking to there are tons of other simulation games. Like, Potion Permit came out. I think. No, Potion Permit came out last year. No, the game I'm thinking of is Sunhaven, which is basically Stardew Valley in a more fantasy setting. And instead of having just the 2 regions, it has 3, and they're planning on adding, I think, another 2. And each region has its own set of love interests, its own set of crops, its own set of. It's just Stardew Valley, but more. With a lot of different quality of life upgrades. Like and a lot of people who play the sims like that love that game. Like I love that game. I think I put like 100 hours into it. But that also goes back to so is this for sims or is this for strategy? If this is for both, why aren't there any sim games here?
Yeah, and I think Microsoft Flight Sim has won this category a bunch of times just for that reason, right? Like it splits that weird this is an actual sim game,
Yeah, it's so weird because I think by sim originally probably meant more of the Maxis kind of sim genre, but that Maxis used to kind of straddle both of them, like the city skylines on one end and like the really practical, more action-based sim stuff on the other end. So I don't know. It's a weird category. I don't know how you kind of fit everything.
Like, just there. As an RTS, junkie, I hate seeing Company of Heroes 3 here. It drives me nuts. It hurts. Like, it shows how bad RTS is right now that game would even be up for consideration, really.
Or I mean, just the ignorance of the gaming press.
I think it really is a matter of ignorance. Pikmin 4 should walk away with this out of the nominees. It's by far the best game on this list, and I think it probably will win.
Well, let's talk about sports and racing.
Actually, let's do that after a short break. We'll be back in about, for you folks, it'll be like 30 seconds. Yeah. For us, it'll be like 5 minutes. And we will see you guys shortly. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the Avocado Games Cast. We've been talking about the Game Awards, going through the categories, giving our thoughts. We're at Best Sports Racing Game. The nominees are, I should say it's Best Sports / Racing, not Best Sports Racing.
Sports racing.
Don't have to have racing in this game for you to be nominated. The nominees are EA Sports FC 24, F1 23, Forza Motorsport, Hot Wheels Unleashed 2, Turbocharged, and the Crew Motorfest.
So I think,
4 of these are racing games.
A lot of racing for sports / racing. I played Hot Wheels. It was fun. I don't know much past that. Forza seems to have a good year every year. And, I think it's always, the Forza versus GT Gran Turismo when it comes out. I don't know about the EA Sports games enough to tell you yes or no. I can only tell you Madden is the worst gaming experience alive right now. So I can't imagine the FC24 is that much different. But for my money, I would probably stick with Forza or Hot Wheels in this case.
Yeah, the Crew Motorfest I think was decently well received, but I don't think it really made a splash. I can't speak to F1 23 because I'm just not in that world at all. EA Sports FC, I'm given to understand, was a okay transition away from the FIFA brand. Forza, I've heard, is pretty buggy, but pretty good, and same with Hot Wheels Unleashed 2. So I think this is between Forza and Hot Wheels. We'll see. Next category, Best Multiplayer. The nominees, Baldur's Gate 3, Diablo 4, Party Animals, Street Fighter 6, and Super Mario Bros. Wonder. Super Mario Bros. Wonder is an interesting nomination because it doesn't have, I think it does have local co-op, right? But its multiplayer features that are most celebrated are, it's kind of like Dark Souls-y asymmetric multiplayer features that people are really excited about. I don't have a Nintendo Switch Online account anymore, so I haven't experienced them. But I've heard a lot of praise for those features. But Super Mario Bros. Wonder is not going to win this. I think this actually will go to Baldur's Gate 3 for the co-op. Even if it probably should go to something like Street Fighter 6.
I feel like Baldur's Gate is such a unique way to play an RPG for a lot of people. I think that's going to push it over the head. And Diablo 4, it seems like there's a lot of love-hate with Diablo 4. I can't imagine that being anything much more than...
There's too much controversy this year for it to win anything, I think.
Then there's 10 million things like Party Animals every year,
Yeah. Street
Fighter...
Fighter...
people liked it.
It really depends on whether or not you're any good at the game, which will determine how much enjoyment you get out of any multiplayer experience. I do like the player hub thing for casual matches.
I just think it's funny.
It's fun. You just have your avatar sit down at the cabinet, and then another guy sits down at the cabinet, and then you
like 8 feet tall with tiny heads and like giant chicken legs. It's pretty funny.
That first week was beautiful. Oh man, it was so good.
It's pretty fun. Adaptation. I don't even think this one's a.
I do want to say one more thing about multiplayer. I think one game that if you told me at the start of the year, do you think this will be nominated? I would have said yes, and that's Blanc.
Yeah.
That minimalist black and white game with the two animals helping each other. But that game came out and was extremely buggy and was not as well received as I thought it would be. So it makes sense that it's not here. But I thought it could have snuck in.
I've always liked those like co-op games like A Way Out or It Takes Two. Those types of things. I think that's a really cool design. But yeah, you got to be really intelligent for how that works. The game has to work, or it just all falls apart.
Yeah, that game was like a technical mess.
Yeah.
I played it with a co-op buddy of mine, and we spent probably an hour total wrestling with technical issues relative to what's basically a 5-hour game. So yeah, not great. But one thing that could have made it here was, did you play We Were Here Expeditions, The Friendship?
Yes.
Which came out for free.
Yeah, I played... It
was pretty good.
Was it We Were Here or We Were Here 2, or I can't remember what it was. There was a whole series of them, right?
Yeah, there was We Were Here, then We Were Here Together. Expeditions is kind of a side game that they released for free to promote the series. But it's pretty good.
Okay.
So now I'm interested in the We Were Here series.
I enjoyed it a lot. You gotta be in the right mood for it. But yeah, it's a very enjoyable game.
For sure.
Best adaptation.
Best
is
adaptation.
The Last of Us. I don't think that's even.
So let's read out the nominees: Castlevania Nocturne, Gran Turismo, The Last of Us, the Super Mario Brothers movie, and Twisted Metal. The Last of Us is going to win this, unless we have a whole bunch of Super Mario Brothers movie fans.
I don't. I think you'd be. I know people enjoy Nocturne, but yeah, I don't think that's even.
I have a question. Why is this category here?
I don't know. They get a couple celebrities there, maybe Pedro Pascal on screen or something like that.
Cultural legitimacy more than anything, which is stupid.
I like the audacity of a Twisted Metal live action adaptation, because I feel like any hype regarding that game was just, hey, you remember seeing the cover of this game in a Blockbuster, right? You remember this? Remember the clown? All right, yeah, no, we're making one of those. Come on. Like, it just came out of nowhere. Like, I didn't watch it, but I was just like, wait, really?
I heard it was okay.
I believe
and that Stephanie Beatriz and Anthony Mackie did a good job.
I think it's probably okay, but man, that's tough sledding if you think you're going to win an award against a lot of those things on there. So.
Yeah, I don't think if people were even aware that there was a story to adapt.
Yeah. The cars went fast and there was a clown.
Most
anticipated game. I'm going to go with none of the above.
So I'm going to read out the nominees: Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, Hades 2, Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth, Star Wars Outlaws, and Tekken 8. My personal pick is, of course, Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth. It's actually very interesting to see it nominated here.
Yeah.
Go back, even we started this podcast in 2016, and I had never played a Yakuza game, and this was the year before Yakuza 0 came to the West. That series used to be played by, I think I wrote in the show notes, only the crustiest of weebs in the West.
Hey,
and then Yakuza 0.
I played it.
Sorry?
I played it. Hey, I'm not...
No comment! Let's say the weebiest of weebs. That's fair, right? Look, I was listening to the previous episode because we're preparing the Linkdump earlier today, and you knew exactly what I was talking about when I mentioned my first girlfriend as a gal, and I think that puts you at a pretty high tier of weebiness.
Yeah, fine. Fine.
That's fair. Crusty, though, is probably unfair.
I appreciate your apology.
Yeah, it went from a super niche series to something that's apparently a genuine cultural force in gaming. So, good on RGG Studio for getting up there. The others of these, I think, are pretty obvious picks that people are excited for. Rebirth, Hades 2, Tekken 8. I don't really have any quarrel with them. Star Wars Outlaws... I did not like that gameplay demo they showed off. I think Kappa and I roasted it enough. I don't know if we need to roast it again.
I think mine's still Space Marine too. I think that would probably get a lot more people more hyped than, I don't know, like Star Wars Outlaws, I would imagine. But it's Star Wars, so I get it. It just kind of seems like that's very bone thin right now as far as what it actually is.
I think it'll win, which I don't think you deserve to win if you show off a gamelay demo that rote.
Yeah.
But what do I know?
I can't think of anything else I would really say, put on this list. Most of what I'm thinking of for next year is remakes or sequels or remasters, not a lot of, Good.
So all I ask, I'm going to make my case for Tekken 8. All I ask is that you watch any of the trailers for the characters and listen to the announcer.
Okay.
God, I don't know. She is apparently a very well known announcer for a bunch of UFC and mixed martial arts MMA tournaments in Japan. She's apparently very very well known, but in the West, she came out of nowhere. She is fantastic. It is impossible not to listen to her announce Tekken. She announces Tekken it has a sing-song lilt to it. It has a vibrato when she says it, when she announces it. and just the way she pronounces everybody's names is fantastic. Like, you cannot listen to that trailer and not get fucking hyped for it. It's so good. It is so good. If I had to pick one that exemplifies this, watch the martial law trailer. That is all that I ask. I've made my case.
Does she do that thing where, like, some Japanese announcers, when they get really enthusiastic into something, they start trilling their R's? Does she do that?
New challenger! Martial law! It's so fucking good.
Okay, I gotta go listen to this.
I mean, she's apparently lived in Japan, I think, so yeah, but you gotta hear it. It's so good.
This category though just kind of made me like a little disappointed. Honestly.
I feel like this is just a list of the trailers they're gonna show.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, like, and that.
Yeah, I mean, I can't really quarrel with any of these picks. I mean, Star Wars Outlaws, even if I'm unimpressed, a lot of people are impressed with it, and this is, at the end of the day, a vote by a large group of people. So I can't really. This is the popularity.
Yeah. This is just where's the hype right now.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that, I think, does it for the categories we're going to cover. Like I said, we're not going to cover the Esports Award, the Content Creator Awards. Because
whoever you like, that's who
can't...
wins.
Yeah, like...
Okay, I mean, I can talk about Content Creator for a second. People Make Games is nominated against a bunch of streamers. People Make Games does phenomenal investigative journalism work on YouTube. And so you should go check them out.
Oh.
Yeah, Content Creator is an odd one because, you know...
Like...
I would say...
Like, what? Sorry? Quinley, what
sorry. Like, just... I was looking at the list, I'm like, I don't know who any of these people are.
I know Iron.
A lot of these people are popular in non-English speaking markets. I think one of them's a Spanish-speaking streamer.
Okay, that's pretty cool then. Like, that's cool. I don't watch streamers a whole lot. The bulk of my video game content consuming, if it's not playing the video game, it is watching either Super Great Friend or no commentary long plays. So
most of these are a little bit more oriented, I would say, towards like the maybe like
the Zoomer streamer watching crowd.
Especially like Cypher PK, he's a Fortnite guy, and Iron Mouse is a well-known VTuber. Yeah, so I mean, it's kind of the same old categories that you would get with most major category announcements anyway for any type of streaming award, really. So
what I will say is one of the nice things about the Game Awards compared to other award shows is that they are extremely international. If you look at the list of outlets surveyed, they really try to go all over the globe and get outlets, not just in the States and the UK, but in all over Europe. They try to get Asian gaming outlets from the Middle East, from Latin America, from Southeast Asia. They really try to cover the world, and pretty much no other award show in the world does this. And so you do end up with, especially for the content creator, it's going to reflect the global audience that games have. So that's why we end up with nominations like this.
Yeah, and I think it's a good point to make. I give Jeff a lot of credit for what he tries to put together. I don't think that like the dips in the game market are his fault. You know what I mean? Just sometimes there's just not a lot there, you know? I do wish he'd put a little more effort into like, this is what the categories are, but like I see the Game Awards getting better and better and better every year. Now it's not just some ridiculous like, hey, can we fit a Mountain Dew commercial in, you know, and a giant Doritos bag that gives the award for, you know, hardest gamer.
I would say like Sick Hydrobot was a low point, right?
I think even for him.
Like I think Sick Hydrobot is more embarrassing than the Doritos Pope photo, but that's just me. Like as much as I lament the commercialism of the Game Awards, and the way I see it is, these are the Golden Globes of video games. If you want the Oscars of video games, wait until February, watch the DICE Awards, and like the point I'd make about, you know, don't be precious about this. The nominees end up being very similar. It's not like the Academy judges very differently from the press. So that's the way I frame this issue. So the last thing I wanted to talk about with regards to the Game Awards is predicting what we'll see as far as trailers and other announcements go. Because like I said, this is
I love this part of it.
Cross celebration of commercialism. Let's just get into the weeds and talk about all the trailers and other announcements we're going to see.
I'm going to throw
I think
one
the big
out.
one.
I think we finally see Avowed. At least something
Really?
with Avowed. I think
We did see that gameplay
Yeah.
trailer at Summer Games Fest this summer, but it looked kind of rough.
I think this is the time where they kind of really let it shine, let it get out there. I think the one that they released in 2020, well, at the was it Xbox show, right? I think it was more like a world setting. I think this one's going to be more about your character, what's going on, what you're doing, stuff like that. They're really trying to build it from the bottom up of the. I know it's the Pillars of
Obsidian.
Pillars of Eternity
Yeah,
setting,
I know
yeah.
it's Pillars of Eternity series by them, but I want to see more about what's going on, and because PoE set kind of the path that I think PoE walked so that Baldur's Gate 3 could run. You know what I mean? And I know there was a lot of like, why did Microsoft not really, jump at the chance for Laridan? I think it's because personally, I think they know they've got something, very similar in-house. And I want to see where Avowed takes it. Excited for that. I got to think that we're going to see finally something new from what is Naughty Dog working on? Nobody knows, right?
Yeah, probably The Last of Us Part 3 in
I
some
would
capacity.
assume. Yeah.
And maybe a new IP is their other project. There's rumors that I think another Sony studio, Sony San Diego maybe, is working on a new game in the Uncharted franchise starring Nathan Drake's daughter. But
We've just heard nothing
who
from
knows?
them for a while. Even if it's just a teaser, I gotta think Sony wants to keep those wheels churning, because I think that's their system sellers right now are Naughty Dog games.
Speaking of Sony, we might see the new project from Sony Santa Monica, the sci-fi project held by Corey Barlog that has been alluded to.
Weird time though, because I feel like there's like 10 or 11 big studios we just haven't heard a lot from, and it's because E3's dried out right now. You're usually waiting till the game shows by the individual companies in June, July, but March, April has been brutally good for game releases the past couple years too, and I think it'd be a real mistake not to keep that trend going.
But I think that had more to do. I think the all of these game releases and these like stacked couple of years that we've had is mostly owed to all the delays that happened during COVID. Like I think a lot of games that were supposed to happen during COVID that got pushed back, which is why these past couple of years have been so stacked. But I don't know that I don't know that it's a good idea to make that the rule as opposed to the exception or not, just because we're already kind of seeing the stuff that we talked about last time with the gaming industry. Like, I don't know if that's a good environment to try to establish that in.
It just seems like we're not back yet into like a normal release pattern for most big studios, like all of them are still kind of not really releasing on the same cadence that they had historically, basically.
Yeah,
true.
I think one thing we're missing a lot of is that communication about what's going on behind the scenes. Like, we're kind of letting developers cook, which I think is good. Developers show off games when they're ready. But now that people have a broader awareness of the industry and we have a big like journo-industrial complex kind of keeping track of what all the various developers are doing, questions do come up a lot more frequently about what developers are working on. One developer that is semi-obscure that hasn't put out a game in a really long time, since I think 2018 at this point, is MediaVision. They did Digimon Story series and Valkyria Chronicles series. And since releasing, I think, Valkyria Chronicles 4, they haven't put out a game. They used to put out a game or two every
Valkyria
year.
games were like across U.S. and Japan big games. So,
well,
yeah, I mean, 2 never came to the West.
yeah.
So, and 4 ended up being kind of a bit of a shot in the arm to the series.
Yeah. I think what the issue was that Valkyria Chronicles comes out for PS3, does gangbusters, is widely considered one of the greatest games of all time, apparently. I tried playing it this year. I wish I liked strategy games more. I tried. I just, there was a lot there that I could have loved, but the gameplay's just, my brain's not wired for it. But I see why people like it. The next 2 games came out for the handhelds. They came out for the Vita, and I think they were Japanese exclusives. And then I think the fourth one is on PS5. It's in the PlayStation Store, but
it's on PS5, it's on PC, it's on Switch.
Yeah, it's on. But it came out with little to no fanfare. It just kind of, because it had come out in Japan like a couple years prior, and then they kind of just randomly up and decided to port it with very little fanfare. Like, I just happened to see it the other day.
I think you're thinking of 3. I think 4 came out with a few months delay relative to the Japanese release. 3, I think, came out with several years delay. Let me just check.
4 was the one that, like you said, 4 was huge. I remember being kind of like everywhere. And I think they went back and re-released some stuff or caught back up to the series. Or, you know how sometimes like, oh, what do you mean Americans like this game? You know.
Yeah,
let me correct what I said. 2 had a pretty big delay. It was about 10 months. For 4, it was about 6 months. 3 was the one that never came out in the West. My apologies.
Okay, yeah. There we go.
So yeah, I mean, I don't know a lot of what's being announced. I feel like we're in a weird spot where what's been announced hasn't been huge. You know, like there's not a lot of like, you know, big names out there, and I feel like that this is probably going to be the first time where we really start to see some of those trailers. I think this is going to be a big year for trailers. I don't know who, I don't know what, because obviously, you know, they haven't been announced yet, but I just have that feeling that this is going to be a big one.
I have some predictions. Right. I think we're going to see the trailer for the new Indiana Jones game from Machine Games. That's been cooking for a while. I think we see it.
Yeah, I see the Hollower on here. I had not heard of that, and I looked it up the other day. Yesterday. That looks really cute. That looks cool. I'm really excited for that.
That's from the folks who made Shovel Knight.
Yeah,
Yacht Club.
That looks really great.
So I think that'll get shown off. It's been silent for a while, but I think it's going to come out soon. I think we'll get a release date for Hades 2 Early Access. It was announced at the Game Awards last year. I think they'll have a birth again this year. And my one kind of left field announcement is I think that we've known for a while that Certain Affinity has been working on something for Halo Infinite. But we don't know what. There have been lots of rumors. One rumor has been more single-player stuff. Another rumor has been Battle Royale. Another rumor has been another type of alternate multiplayer mode. Whatever they've been working on, they've been cooking on for a while. I think we see whatever it is.
That would be huge because Halo Infinite right now is booming. This is widely being received as one of their best seasons yet. So that would be huge.
It was rough for a while there in terms of reception. And like, I mean, I kind of get it. I dip in and out of Halo Infinite. I log in every other month to play a few rounds.
It almost seems like it's designed to do that at times, though, doesn't it? Like, jump in when you're having fun with the season, jump out when you're not.
I mean, that's my relationship with it. I'm not like going in there playing the season pass. I don't really care that much about the cosmetics. I'm just going in to have a good time every now and then. And for me, as long as the content came every now and then to support doing that, like, you know, once a week I log on, do a little bit of stuff, and then play other things. I was fine with that pacing, but for people who really want a game they play day in, day out, it was not a sufficient rate of content drop. And I think they should cater to me, of course, right?
It's impossible.
And I'm fine with the pace they're taking.
I mean, everybody says that at some point. It's just unsustainable how much people want with how fast they can blaze through it, you know? I mean, I think Blizzard said it now. I think, you know, Bungie said it. Any of these like ongoing live service games, I mean, it's just people, want that level of, I want something to do every single day,
But it's like, dude, go outside, touch grass, like
Look,
take a walk in the neighborhood, go see a movie, go to the mall. I mean, there's so much stuff to do, man. Like, it's not just video games,
like people that were sinking 500 hours into Starfield like within the first 2 or 3 weeks, and are like, "There's not enough content in the game." It's like, bro,
you played it for 500 hours. What's wrong with you?
It's only been 2 weeks. What do I do? Yeah.
Exactly.
I'm like, and I say this as someone who liked the game.
There's too much sometimes. I'm like, wow.
Do other things, please.
Yeah.
So like, I don't know. I think we'll see that content. I think it's going to be a battle royale mode. I don't know that Halo really needs a battle royale mode, but it could be fun.
Yeah. That'd be an interesting announcement, though. I think there's a lot of big stuff out there we just don't know to be hyped about yet, and I think it's going to be really cool if Jeff's the one that gets to bring it to us. Because right now, like I said, after seeing that most hyped or whatever that thing is called, I'm not exactly hyped. So.
Oh. Isn't Kojima working on something? He's working on a horror game, isn't he?
Well,
he's working on Death Stranding 2, and he's working on the rumor as it's something cloud-based for Microsoft.
Yeah, he's working on
but
some
we don't
kind
know
of
anything about
Microsoft. People were saying it was almost like a tech demo.
Okay.
But like some kind of like.
It could be a horror tech demo.
Sure.
It could be
he tweeted that one
PT in the cloud.
Yeah, he tweeted that one picture like that he was working on a horror game, and like Dakota Fanning was going to be in it, and the actress who played Mama in Death Stranding, I cannot.
Margaret Qualley.
Yeah, Margaret Qualley was going to be in it, but then like it was just that, and then nothing else.
Yeah, I think both his projects right now are in kind of like maybe not like limbo, but like who knows what's going on with them mode.
Yeah, I know.
I think we'll see Death Stranding 2 soon, but who knows about the
I
other
know
one.
he mentioned like with Death Stranding and Death Stranding 2 that like he had been like, I think he said he was like halfway through writing the story when the pandemic hit, and he was looking at the script when he went back to it, and he's like, I'm tired of predicting the future, and he just scrapped it and started over. He's like, I'm tired of this happening. So it'll be interesting to see where the next game goes.
Yeah, Kojima has some very cool ideas, and it's just a matter of time before, I feel like he's struggling to find the company that'll keep pace with what he wants to do in some ways,
Yeah.
And I do think he needs an editor. I think he needs somebody to kind of pull him back in sometimes, but I mean...
Yeah, someone to tell him that Princess Beach is a bad idea. And I say this as someone who really actually quite liked Death Stranding. There's a few lines in there where I'm like, come on, dude.
Cringe.
Yeah, like, hey, yeah, I know Monster's going to give you some money, but maybe it doesn't need a 5-minute cutscene of you elaborately drinking the Monster. It could just be somewhere in the background,
I don't know. That part
But this is also the game with piss grenades. And it's heavily implied that you drink the Monster and then you pee it right out.
We don't need to edit out Norman Reedus's butt, though.
Oh,
we need
yeah,
to see
that in. Yeah.
Norman's butt every single time.
Yeah, keep some Norman Reedus nudity in there. I'm all about that naked Mpreg Norman Reedus. The one thing that's kind of the elephant in the room that we haven't brought up, we know that a Grand Theft Auto 6 trailer is coming in December. I think it's going to come with the Game Awards.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah. Rockstar is almost their own hype machine at this point, right? Like,
yeah, I think that's why people have been saying, "Oh, they're not going out to the Game Awards; they're too big for the Game Awards." I think there's synergy here. I think the Game Awards will get more eyeballs on the trailer immediately, and the trailer being there will raise the profile of the Game Awards. I think this works.
I think more the energy behind Rockstar is less like, I don't know if it's not hype, but it's a lot more like it's about time. Like, what took so long is what I'm feeling a lot of people talking about with GTA 6. I know it's got like a more diverse cast and hopefully nothing as awful as Trevor, but it's also coming out at a weird time where you got to walk that balance a little bit better between, social commentary and just, taking the piss, as the English would say.
Well, these consulting firms, like they have sensitivity writers for big video games. I know Volcano High used one. Alan Wake used one too, apparently, for the sensitivity rider, and honestly, it shows in a couple of spots.
I
And
just
I'm like,
don't know that Rockstar would do that. You know what I mean? I kind
Yeah.
of feel like they think I feel like they think their humor always hits who it's supposed to hit, but it doesn't necessarily do that. You know what I mean? Like, it's hard to tell who we're laughing at or with a lot of times in that game.
It's been.
I mean, I'll say this as someone who I have a pretty high tolerance. Like, I watch anime. I play all sorts of gross nonsense. I have a pretty high tolerance for like misogyny and other things that are offensive in games. And Grand Theft Auto 5 is the only game I've stopped playing because I could not abide its misogyny. Like I just found it grating at a certain point. I'm like, I don't want to experience this. It's not entertaining.
Yeah, especially some of the Trevor stuff is just like, what are we doing? This isn't fun. This isn't clever. You're not, poking holes in our, it just felt really bad.
The thing I heard about, I didn't play that game, but I knew a lot of people who did, and the general consensus I heard about Trevor was that he was kind of supposed to be take that to every single, the sociopathic behavior of Grand Theft Auto players, that all Grand Theft Auto players are like that. This is what it was like.
The argument I'd make against that, I mean, I believe that was Rockstar's intent, but I also think it's a pointless thing to do because, if anything, it actually undermines that. Because the whole point, or like the whole appeal of going apeshit in a Grand Theft Auto game is that you feel like you're breaking the constraints that were set upon you by the game's structure and its narrative. Like it's not naughty if the game is telling you to do it.
And the game's making you do torture. The game's making you stomp a guy to death. The game's like
it stops being funny and it becomes what the game is ordering of me. At that point, like my rebellion against the game is playing it as a law-abiding citizen.
The last one I played was Grand Theft Auto 4, which I loved, but I didn't play 5, so
Five's got its moments. I think 5's probably overall a more coherent narrative. I mean, it does get annoying when your cousin wants you to go bowling every 5 minutes, but the story of an immigrant, making his way, I think, is a little more interesting than a former mafia guy, who had it all and lost it to witness protection. But, it's so jarring in that game when you go from Trevor to Michael, being crewmates and stuff. One's rich and had it all, one's poor and didn't. But it doesn't do anything with that. It just kind of just tells you that, and then doesn't really do anything interesting with it.
Yeah, I thought like the different walks of life these people were coming from, I thought would be a really interesting opportunity for social commentary, and they just never capitalize on it. Especially coming after San Andreas and 4. I mean, I didn't play 4. I did play San Andreas, which are laced with social commentary, especially San Andreas being very much about the relationship between poor communities of color and authority and law enforcement, and sometimes the way they parasitically feed off each other, and sometimes the way they're put down by law enforcement. Like San Andreas actually has a lot of commentary built into it, and it's a shame that they like threw that all the way for like life invader jokes in Grand Theft Auto 5.
Yeah, I would agree. The jokes that they tried to go with minimized everything in that game. So will it do a good job? Who knows? You know what I mean? I think having some sensitivity wouldn't be an awful job though for that game. But I'm more interested to kind of see what Rockstar, what their level of commitment to GTA 6 is going to be, outside of just selling, online shark packs and stuff like that. Because 5 got the least amount. 5 got no real support.
No story DLC.
And I mean, it
was all online.
Yeah, 4 had a ton of that going on.
It's got Ballad of Gay Tony.
Yeah, they had
Gay Tony's one
Lost
of
in the Damned and
Rockstar ever did.
Ballad of Gay Tony.
Ballad of Gay Tony is so good.
Yeah.
I love Ballad of Gay Tony.
And Lost in the Damned, very famous for character hanging dong.
Yeah.
But I think 5 just kind of it fell into this trap of like, hey, here's a whole bunch of online crap, and now I do love the RP variant of GTA. But the online stuff to me just feels very predatorial, very pay to win. Give us enough money, and you can get this or you can buy that. That's not a cool way for a game to die that was so beloved.
It seemed to come out between that like interstitial period when games as live service was kind of becoming more of a thing, so it almost feels like that they kind of felt like they had to.
Yeah.
It's that the sense that you get?
Yeah, and I think what they saw was it was printing money, of course, so that's not a problem, but that people wanted more Grand Theft Auto, but they didn't need to do it as a DLC. They could just keep doing it online, not having to put all the money into recording story, mocapping stuff. It's just give them a new car, give them a casino to rob, let them almost make the content. It's very modder based almost, but they're the modders selling the mods if you think about it.
Okay. Oosh.
Yeah, and that's why it kind of ended up either you were all in or you were all out on GTA 5 online, and I think a lot of people were all out. The people who stuck with it though, they became whales, so it didn't matter,
Yeah. All right.
Yeah, that thing prints money from the
So
whales.
I could see that being an announcement for sure.
Any other thoughts on what we could see announced? Any trailers we might see?
I think Naughty Dog, Halo for sure, Avowed. That's kind of where I'm thinking right now.
Let's check the Hollow Knight Silk Song subreddit. What do they think?
Oh,
I think they're going to be disappointed again.
No, here's
some rough sledding, honestly.
I think they're probably all saying like Silk Song Shadow Drop. I'm like, whoever your copium dealer is, hook me up with them, please.
What's the latest on it? I know it was absent the last 3. It hasn't been shown since 2022, right?
Yeah, 2022 was the last thing that they heard. They released, I think, not a trailer, but they released some video like behind the scenes about like what they were doing for like some audiovisual stuff, and they made an announcement that it was going to get, when it got released, that it was going to be released on Game Pass, and Microsoft said that they were aiming for June of this year release, and then in May of this year, the press guy for the developer, the marketing dude, said that it had been delayed again. So Microsoft was clearly aiming for first, second quarter of this year, but then that deadline came and went.
One thing I was surprised about, speaking of it, was I think Sony said it's coming to PS4. Is that right?
Yes. They said it was going to come to PS4 and PS5.
It's coming to all the platforms.
Yeah, all platforms. So I don't know. Maybe it's delayed because now they're having to do a bunch of ports that they didn't initially plan for. I don't know. I really don't know.
A PS4 release is odd to me, honestly.
It's also going to be on Xbox One, I believe. So it's
Xbox One. It's Game Pass. It's going to be PS5. It's going to be Switch. PS4. To me, it's not that surprising, just because I think a lot of games that are kind of low fidelity, it's kind of like, what?
Might as well.
Yeah.
Right?
Why wouldn't you release it on PS4? Like, why not? Like, just in case, cast your net as wide as possible, that sort of thing. So that doesn't surprise me that much.
It's just kind of surprising because I don't think that was announced until like real recently, right?
It was.
I think it was announced. I'd have to go through the history of the announcements and see what they announced when. I think it was announced for everything right from the get-go. And of course, I think it's also coming to PC.
Yes.
I'd assume. Yeah. I'd assume so. I mean, if it's Game Pass, I kind of assume PC at this point.
Yeah.
Very few games are skipping PC these days. I can't think of the last game. The last game I can think of, like major title that skipped PC that wasn't a console exclusive, like exclusive to a single console, was Crossfire X.
Yeah. Well, that was a disaster anyway. So.
Yeah, not Remedy's best work. Let's put it that way.
Hey. Anyway,
that was one of the. I mean, I actually gave it a shot, and I couldn't believe the shooting was that bad, in a game. It had like that lock-on aiming. You know what I'm talking about?
The aim assist.
Yeah, I hate that stuff. That stuff is awful.
like, this is why I can't play first-person shooters on a console. I need to have that free mouse movement. I need to be able to select my targets. Yeah. I even found it, like, I find it a little bit frustrating when I even play Uncharted games, which I otherwise find really fun. The shooting in those games does not feel great, and it's because you can't operate a gun with a thumbstick.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I agree.
Exactly.
I've been told that I'm crazy and that I should gyro it up. Like, look, I respect the Splatoon sickos who like do their gyro aiming really well. Like, apparently it works super well. I respect that. I can't be one of you. I've tried it. I'm not built for gyro. It's not my scene.
It's just motion control, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm just really bad at it. Like, you ask me to point at something, I can't point at anything.
Oh.
It's like not what I do. Like, you ask me to hold a laser pointer steady, that thing is jittering all over the projector screen.
Well,
like,
you just adjust the pointer sensitivity at that point. But yeah, I get what you mean.
Yeah, I'm bad at video games. I don't know why I host a gaming podcast. So that is the Game Awards. We're going to put a pin in that. Unfortunately, Captain Blasto won't be able to join us for the next section because his internet died. But we're going to talk about what we've been playing lately. And I'm going to open this, like I alluded to earlier in the episode, by talking about Like a Dragon Gaiden, The Man Who Erased His Name. I said it was fantastic, and that remains true an hour later. It is still a fantastic game. So I finished it, I think, 2 days ago now. And just to give a broad overview for those who are unfamiliar with the Like a Dragon series, it is a follow-up to Yakuza Like a Dragon. Actually takes place concurrently with Yakuza 7 or Yakuza Like a Dragon. And it also follows Yakuza 0 through 6. So, like Yakuza 0 through 6 stars Kazuma Kiryu, takes place in parallel to Yakuza Like a Dragon, which starred another character, Ichiban Kasuga. And coming in, people thought, Kiryu's story, it's done. We've already told the story. We don't need to tell it anymore. Why are we doing this game? Why is it coming back for Yakuza 8? Why are we doing this side game? And so it kind of had a lot to prove, right? And having played it now, I completely understand why they made this game, and I completely understand why it was necessary. It was, in order to tell the story it's trying to tell, it really justifies why Kiryu's story wasn't over at the end of Yakuza 6. And so, like most of the games in the series, unlike Yakuza 7, which is a turn-based RPG, this is a open-world brawler. So it's in the Osaka map, Sotenbori. You go around beating thugs up. But the twist is this time, instead of just Kiryu's traditional, fists and feet kind of style, he also has a completely ridiculous style called agent fighting style.
This has been a trend now, right? Like, they've always given him one kind of goofy, because the one I played, he had he could throw stuff, like anything on the street.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
I think that's called
I can't remember what it was. Yeah, it was just
breakers.
He was like a break dancer, and then there was
Oh,
breakdancing was one of Majima's
I think that's
styles.
Yakuza 0. That's Majima's. Yeah.
Yeah. It's called Brooder or Bruiser or something. I forget. I'll look it up for the link dump. So agent style is hilarious. So the premise of this game is that Kiryu has erased his name. He's living life as Joryu. Oh, I don't like Kiryu. No one would put two and two together, right? And he's working as an agent for a shadowy organization called the Daidoji faction. And so he goes out on secret agent missions and gets to use all sorts of fancy gadgets that include rocket shoes and combat drones and a spider gadget that allows him to string up enemies a la Spider-Man. It's fantastic. He also gets a bomb that is like a lit cigarette, and he like flicks a lit cigarette and it explodes, and enemies go flying. It's great. So this actually works super well. Like, it starts off a little awkward, but once you start unlocking stuff, you're just like jetting around combat arenas, like grabbing people with your spider gadget and then flinging them into each other. If you're fighting around outside, you're like flinging them off of bridges and into the river. It's great. It's nothing more fun than throwing a guy in a river. Like, it's visceral. It's so satisfying. But one thing I do want to talk about is narratively what this game is doing. And unlike a lot of other Yakuza games, especially like the middle of the series, you get to Yakuza 3 and 4, this one is really like textured and moody. It's really trying to capture different facets of someone being very isolated and alone, and how they cope with that, whether that be like really melancholy feeling of being surrounded by people who are going about their lives, like on a Friday night, all gathered social at the bar, and you're standing there in the corner, like nursing a drink there by yourself. Then there's like, being really, really resigned to these being your circumstances. There's coping with isolation by engaging in debauchery, by being frustrated and angry at your circumstances. I mean, there's the impact of Kiryu's face in a thug's... Kiryu's fist in a thug's face, that for sure is in there. But the way it captures these different facets of isolation is just so phenomenally well done compared to like pretty much any other story I've experienced. And the way Takuya Kuroda's performance captures all these nuances in the way Kiryu feels and how he deals with being separated from those he loves is just really, really gorgeously well done. So this is a fantastic game. It's one of the best games of the year, in my opinion.
This is a series you put me on, and Game Pass let me actually experience it. And I've liked every second I've spent with Yakuza. Now, there's a lot of it. That's the only problem, right? It's kind of daunting, right? And there's a lot of like side grades and upgrades. Well, not like this is the side mission that gives you this, that gives you this. There's a lot of that goes on in the series. Not that there's anything wrong with it, but like I would love to really just spend my time and just like figure out what the series is like kind of saying in a coherent like start to finish, because it seems a lot of it is layered in Japanese. Like, this makes sense if you're us, but for me, I don't get it. You might get it more because you're a little more into the culture, but for me, it's like, what are they doing? What is, you know what I mean? Like, but the time I spent with the game though is just great.
I guess.
Yeah, sorry, Quinley, you were saying?
What specifically do you mean in terms of like what the game is trying to say?
So like you've got a lot of stuff where it's like, oh, I'm a businessman and I play this kid's slot car game on the weekend. Okay, well, it's kind of silly, but it's also kind of serious, but also like everybody kind of gets it while you're doing it, and little things like that.
That guy's
I don't think that's trying to say anything. I think that's just fun. It comes back in Gaiden. It's great.
It's been in every game.
Yeah. But there's just a lot of like silly sideness to the game that's like weird joy. Like the dating sim in Zero, I really liked.
So many hours.
Yeah, but I mean, like,
oh yeah, the Hostess Club management game.
Yeah, I mean, it's way out there, right? But it's fun.
Imagine me trying to explain that to my roommates while I was still living with roommates.
And then there's like the weird.
It's like you get caught playing it, and you're like, what are you?
Yeah. So the thing is, I was living with a guy at the time who was doing his master's in real estate, and I told him that the game was about real estate, which it is, and then he got fascinated by it and would sit next to me as I played it, and I felt so self-conscious because I was like going to the Hostess Club and like. Doing all the games there and chatting with the ladies. I'm like, oh dear God. I just remember,
like, don't they have like ratings for the girls too? Like, isn't there like a tier system?
They have different skills. Yeah. Every girl brings something to the table.
I feel bad. I'm like, oh man, she's like a C. She's not very.
I mean,
good.
She might be a C in conversation, but like in A in kindness. Yeah. right? And that kind of balances out. She knows how to pour the champagne. She does it well. I don't know. It's been so long since I've played that
RPG
minigame.
part of me is like,
Yeah.
I only want S tier hostesses. Get these C tiers out of here.
Jesus.
Like throwing the girls. Get on the street. You're not good enough for my club.
That's
So
I treasure
Yeah, they've
all the
got a
women who
place,
come to
though.
work for me.
Yeah. So the thing about the Yakuza games, so I played the first one when it originally came out on the PS2, and that one was very serious. Like there was some side stuff, but not nearly as much. Also, the whole game was in English, which was weird. Mark Hamill,
Oh, really?
Oh yeah.
right?
Mark Hamill voiced
He was in
Majima.
it. Yeah, like it has a stacked voice cast, and then they never did that again. The game's like the silliness aspect doesn't really kick in until Yakuza 3, which takes place in Okinawa. That's when I believe that was also the first PS3 title. So it's a
Yeah.
lot of like they went all out with.
I'm really glad you put me on and start with 0 then, Merve, to be honest.
Yeah, Yakuza 0 starts. Yakuza Kiwami and Kiwami 2, the remakes of 1 and 2, add a bit more silliness in the
Okay.
side stuff. Yakuza 1 is like
Straight.
you have to put it in context of like where it came from. It is a mashup of Japanese crime drama and American neo-noir. And so like a lot of the scenes there are very like moody. A lot of things are set in the rain. And that mood kind of carries a little bit into Yakuza 2, and then they get silly with it later. And then when they remade these with the Kiwami games, you still a little bit of that in Yakuza Kiwami 1, but in Kiwami 2, it's just almost all
You know, like
leached
a
out.
lot of times I'll say, like, I'm glad these games exist. Like, I am legitimately glad that, like, Yakuza is still making games. Like, I don't know. There's something about that series where I'm just, like, legitimately happy that it still exists.
One of the things that I am really, really happy about, and one of the reasons I'm really glad it exists, is that, you know, comparing it to, you know, what is arguably its Western counterpart, GTA, like, you're talking about, you know, the misogyny and, you know, all the other stuff that goes on in that game. Yakuza is probably one of those games that has probably one of the healthiest expressions of masculinity that I've ever seen.
Yeah, he's always sticking up for the little guy, always trying to do what's right.
And it's not just him. Like there are bad examples of it. Like, but for the most part, everybody in that, you know, all of the main characters in that game, they're all fairly level-headed, but they are not, you know, they're not afraid to say that they, you know, they love and they care for each other. And as Merv, I'm sure you can speak to in this game, they are not afraid. They're not afraid to cry. They're not afraid to talk about like all of the shit that's, you know, that's ruined them. Like,
It
you
seems
know,
like a lot of what it hits on is problems with the culture and less with the person, if that makes sense,
Yes.
right? Like,
and they do a really good job of illustrating that, but they're also, one of my criticisms of it is they're also very careful not to blame any particular institution.
sure, yeah.
But they,
I will say, like, I mean, up until Like a Dragon, like Yakuza 7, where they do kind of take aim at some institutions. But that's a that's a big departure.
Yeah.
It's, I think, the first Yakuza game that's, let's say, explicitly political in a lot of ways, compared to what previous games in the series did, where they kind of sidestepped the origins of a lot of these things, or just say, oh, it's a bunch of corrupt cops, right? And that kind of, like, allows them to sidestep the question of what institutions give rise to these circumstances. Like a Dragon Gaiden is a little bit less concerned with political questions, a lot more concerned with the personal.
Okay, that's cool.
character study, in a way.
Yeah, it's more of a character study than it is a message game. It's not like Yakuza 0 and Yakuza 7, which are very much message games. Yakuza 0 basically being the Japanese counterpart of LA Noire. That, you know, the boom eras that you romanticized were built, their history was written in blood. That is the message of that game.
Trash on the street in that game. Just garbage.
Sorry, what on the street in that game?
That's the
funny.
first thing I notice is that opening scene. Everyone's like, "Ooh, it's shiny and glitzy," and I'm like, "Look at all this fucking garbage, though."
And that is very intentional.
Yes.
Like that is an artistic choice that they made.
I was hosting a Japanese exchange student for a while, and we'd watch a lot of movies, and she would even point out things like that. Like, if they're showing trash on the street, it's kind of subversive. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's like you're showing the gritty underside if you're showing trash on the street. I'm like, that would have never even registered to me, you know?
That like in the Yakuza game, you interact with homeless people. Like that is a big deal. Like to me, especially in Japan, they really do not want to talk about the homeless problem they have. Like they as it's illustrated in Yakuza 7, it's seen as like a personal issue. But the fact that every single game there is like a major, if not a major character, at least a supporting character who either is homeless or has been homeless and can speak to that experience. Like I've always really appreciated that.
Yeah, and Yakuza, Like a Dragon, a lot of the sub story stuff is about helping the homeless. And Like a Dragon, or Yakuza Like a Dragon, or Yakuza 7, a huge part of the game is about the circumstances that give rise to homelessness and why institutions have failed to properly address that crisis. So it is a big part of the fabric of that series, and it's kind of woven in. Gaiden, like I said, is more of a character study, and it is a really excellent character study of Kazuma Kiryu in a way that I didn't know was needed, and I didn't know that I needed to see. But once I saw it executed through to the end and what it was trying to say about the personal toll that isolation can take on a person, I understood why they wanted to make this
wild
game.
How much time I would have to carve out, but I would love to like do like a run the series of Yakuza. You know what I mean? Just start to finish. Just.
I mean, you could just get Yakuza 6 and just watch all the cutscenes.
Yeah, like honestly,
I need to throw skateboards at people from across the map.
I need to throw.
Yakuza 3 and 4 do not play very well by modern standards. You can just watch the cutscenes for those. I would skip them. Yakuza 5 is too long to play. Again, I would watch the cutscenes, even though it is a lot of fun to play. But if you skip those, I think you can, like, you'll be fine. So, Quinley, what have you been playing?
I am still playing Atelier Ryza 3. It is the only game I've been playing. I saw that I had to have 2, and I'm like, oh no. But
oh yeah, up to 2. I've
been playing Atelier. The last time we talked, I'd just kind of gotten through the prologue, so I hadn't really done a whole lot. I am now what I think is halfway through the game. Off top, this game is huge. It is a very large game. I did not realize how big this game was going to be. Like I
didn't know Dust make big games. I thought they were generally pretty small.
Is the thing. They generally don't. They're a subsidiary of Koei Tecmo, but all on the whole, they're mostly an indie studio. They're like they're like between B and C tier, like maybe closer to B tier now that Ryza's kind of raised their profile a bit, but generally they're largely considered to be something of an indie studio. So that was one of the other things about the game that surprised me, with it being as big as it is. Because like
it says 33 hours on how long to beat. For a completionist run, 80 and a half hours.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
That's
accurate. And honestly, I guarantee you like 35 of that is going to be... Actually, you know what? No. I guarantee you that 55 of that is just sitting at the fucking cauldron crafting. All crafting.
Oh yeah, these games are like hardcore crafters.
Yeah, Atelier, so they're speaking as somebody who plays a lot of like farming sims and crafting games and loves crafting games, Atelier, the Atelier series, but Atelier Ryza in particular, that, and also somebody who has ADHD, this is my hyper-focus game. Like, for some people it is Factorio, for some people it is Stardew Valley. For me, it is the Atelier game, because that is just...
There was like a game where you played like a shopkeeper. I think
Reciteer.
Reciteer. I tried it.
Was it in the same universe though?
No.
Oh, okay, all right.
No.
I don't know why I thought it was, but yeah.
It's similar, but it's I don't know.
I think I was reading a lot of reviews of it, and I was asking people for similar games because I really enjoyed it. And people were like, "Oh, this is like it's basically the Atelier series," and I was like, wasn't sure if it was a part of it or like just the same kind of idea. But no, that makes sense.
You can sell stuff in Atelier games. I don't know why you would. You don't need. I don't know how much money I have. I've barely spent a cent. You don't.
Oh, okay. So
really,
the crafting's for upgrades, not for
crafting. So it's not quite a criticism, but it is a caveat that I would give to recommending a game like this to someone. The game has very flimsy guardrails, if it has any at all. With Atelier Ryza 3, with it being the final game in the trilogy, the guardrails are all but gone. You start the game at level 20, because it is assuming that you have played the first two if you're playing this one, and that you basically, like, there's still tutorials and everything, but it assumes you know what the deal is. And
I actually really like that. Yeah, it's cool. When you're a long-running series, you don't always need to go back and tell me, the recap. I actually really like that.
Yeah, and you can always reference it in the guide or whatever. But the cool thing about Atelier as a crafting sim is that it is kind of the crafting sim, in that you make everything. You make your armor, you make your swords, you make the items like the bombs and stuff that you use in battle, you make your accessories. You just have to get the recipe for it, and you have to have the ingredients. And once you do, you can make all of your stuff. Like, if you do everything right, you will never have to buy a single thing.
It's so rewarding to actually like be able to plan out like your gear like that. That's very cool.
See, that's the thing. You don't even plan it. I don't plan it. What do you? I don't plan. I just get, as soon as like I get a recipe, I'm like, time to make it. Are you gonna need that right now? Maybe. I don't know. It's fine to have. You never know. And it's the same with like finding ingredients. Like, you start in her home region, which is, you have her island that she's from, which is Kirkin Island, and then you have this other region near the island that you go to that is, huge. It has like, I think like the region itself is like set up into like 4 or 5 different areas and stuff, and they have different variants of ingredients. That is kind of one complaint I did see about the game that I kind of agree with, is there's a lot less variation on ingredients this time around. A lot of the times, generally each region of the game, and so far I have been to 3 of them. The game is talking about another one. And also, I bought the DLC, which I just unlocked the DLC and became available, which unlocks an entire new region. So that is potentially 5.
That's a lot.
Yeah, they all have a baseline of ingredients that are shared among the islands, which I think is ultimately good, just because you don't want to have to, because you do establish an Atelier like on each region, but you don't want to have to keep quick traveling. Even if it's quick travel, you don't want to have to keep going back and forth, because like you need a specific kind of wood or something like that, and you can only find it over here. So I understand why they kind of did less variation for the ingredients, because that was kind of an issue with previous ones, is like, you can only find this ingredient here.
That's what I was going to say. Sometimes crafting in MMOs but RPGs too, can be so frustrating, because you have to go back and redo areas because you missed one ingredient or something.
Exactly. But also, if you're anything like me and you're basically just a kleptomaniac and you're just picking stuff whether or not you need it, that will also not be a problem. You will always have ingredients. In fact, you're gonna, at some point, you will walk into your Atelier after electing things and just be like, hey, you gotta throw some shit away. And it's like, damn it. It's like, and like, it's a very small quality of life upgrade, but one, they increased Ryza's sprint speed. She moves very fast. Like, you have different like summons like for beasts and stuff that you can ride like or throughout the water, but I never use them because she runs fast. She runs plenty fast. And also, when you collect stuff in previous games, if you went to a collection point, she would stop and like do an animation to pick it up. Now you can just run past it and press the button, and she'll just snatch it out of the air. She's like, "Oh, got it! Oop, 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 got it! Got it! Yep, got it." The only time she has a separate animation is when you're actually using a tool. But if it's anything you can craft barehanded, she just snatches it up. So you're just zooming around picking stuff up. But like, the size of the game also extends to the party. I currently have 9 or 10 people in the party.
Whoa! I thought these were games where you got like, I don't know, like 3 companions maybe.
Normally it is, but this is normally it is. But I can't speak for the trilogies, like the Dust trilogies. The Dust trilogy, I didn't play that one, but the trilogy before it, I played like the nostalgia cash grab version of the game where they made where you played as like one of the Alchemist daughters or whatever, and a whole bunch.
Is it Sophie? That one?
Not Sophie. Sophie's the Mysterious trilogy. I'm talking about ones that were like on the PS3 era.
Oh, okay. I don't know what those are called.
Yeah, there's like a princess. It's really pink. It's the one that has the that somebody made the comment that Atelier games are like eroge without the payoff. Like all of the I played. They made it like to celebrate the anniversary of one of the PS3 trilogies. They released another game where you play as like her daughter on the PS4, and I see exactly what they mean. It's rough, but also like every character from that trilogy basically comes back for that game. But that was like a special like anniversary thing. Atelier Sophie did it too, but to a lesser degree, just because that trilogy did not have as many characters in it for the most part. Or it did, but they were only actually in your party for like one entry. Like they would show up in other games, but they didn't like hang out with you and fight with you or anything like that. In this one, almost every character you've ever met is still there, and they added 2 new ones. And I was checking my party screen earlier, and you have your front row, you have your 2 people in your back row, and then you have like everybody else. And at the everybody else one, 5 of those slots are full. I still got 4 more. Wow. So there are 4 people I haven't even met yet.
Jeez. That's like a management sim at this point.
Kinda, like, but it's really, really fun. It's one of I'm sitting there I've literally, that's all I've played, and it is one of those games where I hyper focus so hard that I will just sit there and be crafting for several hours. Like, just that's all I'm doing. I'm like, I see why I used to exercise when I played this game. I should go back to doing that. But yeah,
I will say parking an exercise bike in front of my TV has been a game changer.
For me, it was one of those little exercise balls. I got like one of those ones. I just started sitting on it. Big difference, man.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I have a stationary bike that I have parked in front of the TV. I've just been too lazy to. But it's really fun. It's really big. It's also like interesting in that there's some kind of third-person platformy stuff, and at first you're like, oh god, I don't want to do this. But what's interesting is that it's amazing the amount of places the game will let you go. Like, it'll let you climb shit, like places that you think, oh, I'm gonna hit an invisible wall, like when I get there, and it's like, no, you can actually crawl under this rock and there's a treasure chest back there or something like that. It's really.
That advances some like really good level design.
Yeah, and you swim, you can dive for ingredients, you can dig for ingredients. Like, it's really, really expansive. It appears to be setting itself up to be the send off that this trilogy deserves, which I think is really great given how well received it's been. Because for a while it seemed like we may not get another Atelier game, so I'm really glad this game is doing as well as it is. So,
I mean, combination of RPG and platforming. This sounded like a better send off to a trilogy than Kingdom Hearts 3.
Oh, God.
I don't do this to me, Merve. Please.
Everything is Kingdom Hearts, Kappa. That's you gotta learn. Everything is Kingdom Hearts. You can't get away from it. It's inescapable as Sonic the Hedgehog.
Sonic and Kingdom Hearts, the core pillars of the game's cast. Gearbox, Sonic,
that and ship waifus.
Kingdom Hearts.
We can't. This podcast was built off content collection.
The only other
and a hatred of Randy Pitchford.
The only other complaint.
We're just bringing back all the inside jokes. Yeah, so that was actually Ryza 3.
I think
Kappa, what have you been playing?
Oh yeah, sorry.
Oh, sorry. What else?
The only other complaint I have about this, and I don't know, maybe not everybody who played it had this, but the game is rough on the eyes. And it's because it's really bright, and it's bright and colorful, and that's great, but it uses a lot of bloom, like a lot of bloom, and the carrot and the fighting, like the actual battle part, because it's like it's not turn-based, it's real time, but it's also like you have to press buttons like to do combos. It's kind of interesting in that way. But the camera is really close in, and it moves around a lot when they're executing moves. And of course, since they're doing magic, there's a lot of like lights and stuff.
Particle effects.
Yeah, particle effects and stuff like that. And also, the font is really small. And I understand why, because most people are either getting it for PC or they're getting it for the Switch. I understand that that it sells better on the Switch, so they're assuming that your face is going to be closer to the screen than it is, but I'm not one of those people, and I want to be able to hyper-focus on a game for several hours and not have my eyes hurt. Is that too much to ask?
Well, it is not. They should have the accessibility setting of being able to make the font size bigger.
As a gigantic fan of Dynasty Wars, as soon as I saw this was Koei Tecmo, I was like, yeah, it sounds exactly right.
You can turn the bloom off, and that did help quite a bit. You can turn off some of the lighting, you can turn down the reflections on the water, but it doesn't change the battle camera, and you can't zoom out. Like,
they just love like doing that thing where like the sun comes like right into the camera, and it's just like a big, like a gigantic blur across the whole screen. It's like, all right,
look at this fancy lens.
Like lens flare and something that's more like cell shaded anime style always seems a little bit weird to me.
Yeah. Because they're trying to mimic a camera, but it doesn't really. Yeah, I know what you mean.
Yeah.
Like, I don't want you to mimic a camera. I want you to mimic a drawing, right?
That's going to be like some kind of sub versus dub debate, right? Is it a camera? Is it a drawing?
The camera is
not yeah.
Either, but whatever. That's another conversation.
Absolutely. So that was Atelier Ryza 3. Kappa, what do you?
I have playing Marvel Midnight Suns. What the fuck with this game?
Wait, does the announcer say it in that voice? I don't Marvel's Midnight Suns.
It should. So, one, while I'm talking about this, if you could do me a favor and just look up the how long to play, because I'm really curious more than since we brought up of the game. But this game, one, you make a character. I had no idea that was going to happen. First of all, right? No, that doesn't feel like it was something that was advertised to me, right? It's an XCOM game in so many ways, like down to the fact that like you're even like researching between missions and all kinds of stuff like that. There are so many collectibles in this game. It would put an Assassin's Creed game to shame. And
I've heard described as XCOM meets Fire Emblem.
I could see that. Yeah, I could see that.
On main objectives, 37 and a half hours in length. For everything, for 100% completion, 91 and a half hours.
There you go. This
Lord.
game feels gigantic. And I wasn't expecting that at all. It feels like there is so much going on with this game. The missions are cool as hell. The characters feel cool. I like the team that I put together. My character that I made is really cool. There's one problem, and that is that fucking card system is like nails on a chalkboard as far as the battle system goes. It sucks. I don't know why they went with it. And I think, remember when I originally bounced off this game, I told you I wasn't very interested in it. It was because I thought it was a CCG type game, right? And then a couple people told me, hey, it's not really a CCG game. The cards are just like representations of your powers. I was like, okay, that kind of makes sense, right? And that got me to buy this on the Black Friday sale on Xbox. I got like the legendary blah 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 edition for $22, which was great. But that card system sucks. I don't know how it was something that they even like ran with. So you've played XComs before, or similar strategy games, right? You've got different powers and abilities, and
I played a little bit of XCOM.
Yeah, chances to miss and things that can happen in certain scenarios. They throw all that out the window, right? So your character's just standing there, and you draw 4 random cards, right? I might get 4 Captain Marvel cards, which means, for that whole turn, Iron Man and Magic are just standing there with their thumbs up their asses watching Captain Marvel punch stuff, right? Stupid. There should not be a scenario like that, right? Everybody should at least get to do something, right?
So
you get
is it a deck builder or
kind of.
And it's
it doesn't do a good job of telling you what it is until you actually get it. So each combat phase, you get one move. One character can move anywhere on the grid, anywhere they want, but they can only move once per turn, right? The battle phases puts you against an initial set of enemy, but every time you end your turn, more enemies show up, right? So you can already see how fucking annoying that is, right? Because it's not like XCOM where you're moving down a map, revealing new enemies, taking them out, and then, regrouping your party and stuff. No, every turn, new enemies show up, right? And they show up from a random point on the map to a random part of the map. You get to move one character per turn. Your character, the range doesn't really matter for the powers, but what it does is there's environmental things. So like if my character is across the way from an electric power line, if I kick you into the power line, you take electric damage, right? But I've almost got to move and set that up every time to make that happen. Does that make sense? And then the cards you get, you build a deck for each character. Each character, I don't know, maybe like 12, 13, 14 cards, something like that. And then each turn, you pull a random amount of cards up to 4, right? But there can be rounds where I get like 2 heals, a buff, and a debuff. And I'm just sitting there doing nothing that turn, And meanwhile, I'm like Earth's mightiest heroes looking at 4 Hydra goons like, hang on, guys, wait. Let me figure this out. Next turn, I'm going to get you. But
if they wanted a card component, I think you could integrate a card component to something like this pretty easily. It would be everyone gets to move and do a basic attack, or instead of taking their basic attack, they can draw a card, and if the card is something good that they can do, then you can play that card, and if it's useless, then either you discard it or it stays in your hand. There are a bunch of things you can do with it. But you don't have to make it so that if you don't draw any useful cards, you can't do jack. That feels like overly restrictive and just unfun. It's never fun to be sitting idle in a video game.
And so that's very frustrating to me because, I don't get to do anything the next turn, and now I've got more people to deal with, and I've only got 4 cards, which in a best case scenario means I can do 4 attacks. Usually guys take 2 or 3 attacks to kill, right? So even like I'm lining up perfect, combo wombos, stuff. I'm maybe clearing the board. Doesn't matter. Here comes new people. Now I've got another card draw to deal with, right? Blade, for example, he's got a really cool ability. He stabs you with a stake, right? But if you play a card beforehand, if he stabs you with the stake, he makes you bleed, and anytime you bleed, he gains the health, right? That's really cool. But think about this. I've now had to take 2 turns to do that attack, right? That person is either dead or Blade's dead. So it's really hard to set up like those types of combos when you're only getting 4 cards. So you get 4 cards, you draw up to 4 cards a turn. You can only play 3, right? Which is very frustrating. So do I buff my character, or do I take out the enemy, or do I heal my damage character each play, right? But that's, I think, where they thought, oh, this is very tactical. Sure, but you're not letting me line up my next move and my next move, because what's coming up to me in the next wave, I have no clue, right? XCOM will show you the map. It'll show you what you're dealing with, and then maybe you reveal things as you go. And there's some surprises thrown in there. This game doesn't do that, right?
It sounds like you're making trade-offs within each turn, but you're not making trade-offs about the short term versus the long term. And that's what makes XCOM interesting, is having both within turn trade-offs and temporal trade-offs.
And you're making a trade-off versus...
Like that's the gameplay, the way you're describing it.
It does. It feels
sounds like a mobile game,
in a lot of times because of how like limited the movement. It looks great. I mean, the characters are very well done. The suits are cool. The open world is awesome. You're in this kind of like pocket dimension, Salem, messing with all these like magic things, and you're this character called the Hunter trying to stop it. The story's great, but I was reluctant on the combat. People said, no, it's not as bad as it sounds. The cards are really more like buffs and this and that. But no, I'm going to get through this game because I'm enjoying the Marvel angle of it. I'm enjoying the world. The characters are well voiced. Everything's really cool. But man, this combat system is absolutely bonkers. I don't know why they went with it. What I thought it would be was your standard XCOM, right? So you got your move, your shoot, your hunker down, your Overwatch, right? You can do that every turn. Then on top of that, you get to play, like Merve was kind of suggesting, you play a card or two, right? Almost as like a buff or a bonus action or something. No, it's all cards, which is very disappointing because everything else about this game is fucking great. And then you get to the combat, and I mean, it's all, it's all based around the combat. And even though you got this like this castle that you live in and these rooms you customize and these you can do these perfect outfits and all this stuff, that's all cool, but it doesn't matter when you go back to the fighting screen. It's like here we go again. Very frustrating because this game, I know why it's deep discounted now. I know why it basically went 50% off the month it came out. The trading card stuff or the CCG cards, whatever you're going to call it, it scares people away. It's a style of combat that either you're all in or you're all out on. But
yeah, that's disappointing to hear because I do want Fireaxis to innovate with this basic formula. I think 3 games of XCOM type combat would have gotten pretty stale, but other games have managed to put spins on that without like messing everything up or changing the basic gameplay flow. Like Gears Tactics put a spin on it. Then later Troubleshooter. A bunch of other games have all like taken those basic tactical ideas and done something really cool with them. That hasn't really messed with like being able to do something on every turn.
I mean, I think part of it is like what makes the game so fun and so cool is like, you're doing the Marvel-y stuff. The banter's there. All the characters are getting along. There's a cool mission going on. You're exploring this area. Your character has a friendship meter and a morality meter. Like this is going pretty deep with the actual like mechanics of the game. And then the way you interact is this awful card system. And I think Marvel Snap's huge, right? Maybe they thought people are going to see this and think Marvel Snap and something like that, but
didn't this predate Marvel Snap?
I'm not sure. This was like a 2022 game. It's pretty recent.
This came September 2022.
Yeah.
It's interesting that I'm looking at the Metacritic page. It's the reviews, like the professional critic reviews reviewed it pretty well, but user reviews are not as generally favorable among critics. It's like 83, and then the user score is like 6.7.
Yeah,
it's a lot.
Yeah, so they came out within a few months of each other. I'm guessing one didn't
probably
influence
not.
the other.
I think the disparity between those reviews is that probably the critics had a longer time to sit there and settle in with the combat system, figure it out. Maybe they were, but the daily loop of the game, or the gameplay loop is you show up, you go to your house, your castle, you talk to everybody, you craft whatever you're going to craft, you watch a movie, you go for a walk, you work on your friendship levels, you talk some shit so you lower your morality or raise your morality, whatever. Then you go on the mission, right? Mission, is the combat with the cards. You come back and you do it all over again, right? That part's fun, but the combat just grinds me down. I don't know how to explain it. Like, I don't
Sounds
like
really tedious.
Yeah, it is. The eventually you get cards and like, you can upgrade your cards and spend points on upgrading your cards, but I can't. I know I'm not very far. I'm about halfway into that 30-ish hour of just completing it, but I really think that at some point, like, it's just better just to kill the bad guys. Like, all this other crap, debuffing them and making them bleed. Who cares? If they're dead, it doesn't matter, right? So eventually my deck is just going to be kill everybody. Like maybe one or two. Like, but why would I not? Why would I not want to just kill everybody? And then I got all these support cards or whatever just sitting there. I've got 3 cards to play, and if I have a bad draw and it's a heal, and a buff, well, I'm not doing nothing that turn, which is stupid.
I think this reveals what you're saying here. Reveals like the folly of the construction of this combat system, which is the game has to accommodate you by chance having a really bad draw and sitting idle for a few turns, which means you can't be killed like immediately if you draw poorly because you couldn't like fend off an enemy. And it's also spawning all these enemies every turn, which means you need to be able to kill enemies really quickly, which means debuffing and buffing is a waste of a turn, and you really just want to be attacking every turn as soon as you can.
There's no reason for me not to be killing stuff every turn, or I fall behind this, And how many ways are there?
Yeah,
going to be? 5,
it just sounds
2,
like
7?
there's so many ways they could have mitigated this. Like, removing any one element of this would have solved a problem, right? Like, don't spawn enemies every turn, and now you have room for buffing and debuffing, and you don't have to immediately kill everything. Or make it so that you can act every turn, and then now you can accommodate enemies spawning and spawning and spawning. But all of these things mixed together seems like they took a bunch of elements that like worsen each other. Like there's a dyssynergy, if you will, between all these elements, and just combines together to make something really like badly constructed. Yeah. Even though each of these elements in isolation or with a different set of combat elements could have made something pretty good.
Yeah. That's the whole thing that I kind of like. For a tactical game that wants you to make tactical decisions based on the fight, you're not given the information you need, right? And in XCOM, there's ways to mitigate that. Hey, hold out a turn, and Overwatch. This game isn't like, well, I'm going to hold this card and then, pin this card. And no, you're still only going to be able to play 3 next turn, no matter what you do, which is frustrating, right?
Like even something like the Brave versus default system of Bravely Default, where you can like save up your powers for another turn or something like that, might have been more interesting.
But again, I'm playing a card like there's like a Miss Marvel card that I think lets you draw until you have 3 Miss Marvel cards in your hand, and then you can play 2 or something like 3 of that. But still, I'm using a card that turn to give me a buff when the unknown of the next stage is happening, right? Whereas, why bother with that? Why don't I just have her kill a person and then, you know what I mean? So that's the thing. It doesn't feel tactical. It feels like the only thing I want to do is kill things fast. I don't know. It's so frustrating though, because like if I didn't care, if this game was trash, whatever, I'm on to the next one. But the wrapper of this game is so cool, and it's like, chocolate with a shit center kind of thing. I'm going to grind it out and just get my way through this damn, missions. But, there's been times with this combat, I'm like, what are you guys thinking? It's just
I'm just blown away that there's just not a normal attack button. Like it doesn't do as much damage, but it lets you do something.
I thought I was missing something, and they're like, so remember I said you can move 1 character per turn. That can set you up for attacks, right? And there's sometimes like pick up a barrel and throw it if you move over to the barrel, right? But that's not really just like, hey, Captain Marvel, punch somebody, It's like, just do something. I really thought that this was going to be an XCOM battle system with cards layered on top of it. It's not. It's cards with a move button every now and then. You can discard cards, which great, but again, you're just pulling from the same deck, so who knows what you're going to get, right? But
Yeah.
I kind of feel like if I just dump enough points into just kill people cards, eventually I'll get to a point where these battles are kind of trivial, and then just run with it. But oh boy, I got feelings about this game. It's got me in my feelings.
That's a shame.
Yeah.
I'd heard so many good things about it, but like, if the fundamental thing that you're doing, the combat system, is just not that engaging or has severe flaws, yeah, I understand why this was not as well received by the fans as Fire Access was probably hoping.
Yeah, and they're usually geniuses when it comes to these kind of games, so that's really disappointing.
I mean, I'd say this as someone who did not like XCOM. I'm not surprised that they did something stupid in their combat system. But, like, this sounds a lot... I have a lot of problems with XCOM in addition to it being a extraordinarily buggy piece of garbage. But, like... The problems I had with Xbox combat system are nowhere near as bad as the problems you're describing. So it sounds like they've regressed in a way, which alarms me greatly.
A lot is forgivable in video games, right? To me, the cardinal sin is and always will be, am I bored? Am I bored right now?
Yeah.
Bored means I turn off the game. That's never what you want somebody to ever be saying, wait, I'm bored. That's the worst thing you can be as a game is boring. Be good, be bad.
For me, it's frustration.
Yeah.
Like, are you, especially when the game just won't let me do something that is obvious or like intelligent. When the game makes me do
There's
stupid
definitely
things.
a bit of that going on too.
I
I feel like you'd bounce off this game a lot faster. Not saying anything like about you personally, but I think that frustration level would hit you a lot harder than it hits me. The Marvel stuff is keeping me going, but how can?
I have no attachment.
How
to
can
it.
they not?
I think I just bounce off this
How can
game.
they not get fucking Marvel right? It's insane.
Marvel has had
one good
like
game,
one good video game. Like, I'm not counting Marvel Snap. Aside from Marvel Snap, Marvel's had one good video game. Okay, no, it's also had the Spider-Man games. I'm not making a good point. I just want to shout out Guardians of the Galaxy.
So Guardians of the Galaxy.
Guardians of the Galaxy was great. Why can't they just do that?
I don't know.
I know it's not that easy. I know a game like Guardians of the Galaxy is incredibly difficult to make, but I wish they could just make games of that caliber like every time.
Yeah, did DC have like a similar game, DC Universe Online? Like, it was free on PlayStation Plus. I played it for a bit. Like, it was an MMO, but it was still fun.
Yeah, DC Online was good. They've had a couple real big misfires lately, though, and I think the Suicide Squad is... Oh boy, I don't even know what's going on with that one. People saw a shark with a gun and were like, no, what are you doing?
Apparently the new preview they showed off looks a lot better.
Okay.
They've taken out some of the purple glowing spots.
Man.
I mean, I don't think purple glowing spots are the fundamental problem with that game. Like, I mean, I think they enhance the stupidity of what they're building. But, like, I don't want to play a squad-based co-op shooter with the Suicide Squad. I want to be doing cool superhero nonsense and, like, parkouring off walls and using magic powers, and I don't want to be, like, blowing up helicopters. But I don't know.
Yeah, like, there are games that already do that, right? Like,
yeah,
you know.
But the just the window dressing of Marvel feels like if you could get it right, you could have an all timer. And it's how many misfires are we on now? 4 or 5? It's awful.
I mean, we've really just had Avengers and Midnight Suns. I can't think of any other high profile misfires unless you're thinking about like the Beanox Amazing Spider-Man games, which were not that well received. Marvel, if anything, their big flop has just not been capitalizing on their properties for making video games.
I mean, nope.
And like there was the commercial failure of Guardians of the Galaxy, which will always sadden me because that game was phenomenal.
I think
Spider-Man at least seems to be doing well for
the
Sony.
two Marvel games I think I like the most were the Incredible Hulk game, and I love that Deadpool game. And I don't think you can buy that anywhere.
No, I bought it when it was still available for sale. I have it in my Steam library. I started it, played an hour of it, never went back to it because it got busy with other things. I think I might just fire it up one day.
I was going back a little bit further when I was saying that Marvel was missing because remember that they had that MMO Marvel Heroes that was more of a Diablo game that kind of just like unceremoniously like was taken out back and shot in the head. And then they had that weird Ultimate Alliance kind of.
Oh yeah.
What was that thing that came out?
Ultimate Alliance
Yeah.
3 on the Switch.
Yeah.
I heard that was pretty good, but like not fantastic. Just like it's solid.
I mean, Marvel vs. Capcom in a while either. Now that I think about it.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, the big one.
It's just weird. I mean, you think they'd be hitting way more than they miss, but yeah.
Especially with the amount of money they have to throw around. But...
Yeah, I know they did make some of those. Well, there was like an X-Men game that came out too, wasn't there? I might be wrong. Maybe.
So like.
So.
Was there an X-Men game? I'm sure there have been X-Men games.
Was it like a port of the Sega game?
Maybe.
Like, I think, or like an updated version of that or something. I don't know.
I can't remember.
I'll have to look that up.
Yeah, but X-Men's been another like world that just they've never really been. Oh, X-Men Destiny. That's what I'm thinking of. I should have.
Yeah.
That was the beginning of the flop. That's when Silicon Knights got sued. Remember that one? They took it out of stores.
Oh yeah.
No.
If you ever want to go down a rabbit hole, this is a really interesting story. Silicon Knights basically used like oh man, I'd have to look it up to get this story right, but they misused or like used something from Unreal Engine 3 code, got found out, and then this and 2 Human were recalled, and they destroyed every copy of it, and it can't be sold ever again.
Oh wow! Yeah.
Yeah, they misappropriated Unreal Engine 3 code.
It was a bomb beforehand too, so don't get that.
So like it wasn't even worth.
What's funny too is Dennis Dyack in the middle of like making this like Marvel X-Men game was like dabbling with like crowdfunding for Eternal Darkness 2, and apparently all his focus was on Eternal Darkness 2, and like he didn't really lead the game, but he kept talking like he was, like, oh yeah, I'm working on more, like, and then when it came out that hey, we're suing you for using this code you shouldn't have been using, he's like, I don't know what they did.
Yeah, that was the last game Silicon Knights made, so
not a very good end there. But yeah, I thought that was kind of a sad tale, but that to me was the beginning of the end for Marvel games. That X-Men game, I remember seeing it in like GameStop when this all happened, and like they were selling it for like $80, $90, and they're like, look, we really aren't supposed to be selling this, but we can get rid of the used copies we have. I'm like, I don't care. I don't want that game.
Yeah, if you want to hand me a liability, you should be paying me to take that off your hands, right? Like it's too hot, right? It's like paying someone to hold a bag. It's like paying someone to hold a baggie, right? Like that's what
that lawsuit was amazing though, because I think they sued Epic, and then Epic was like,
and then
wait
Epic
a minute.
counters.
Yeah, they're like, you're suing us. You're not even supposed to be doing this. Whoops.
Whoopsie.
Dennis Dyack. That's a name from the past. If you've been gaming for a while.
Yeah, like speaking of CanCon, we're not proud of him up here. I'll say that.
I remember him. He would always like weigh in on like forums, and it was him and who was the guy who did Battle Cruiser?
God, he seems like a forums guy.
Derek Smart. Him and Derek Smart would just like get on the internet and like rage at people who didn't like their games, like in the early days of like like forums and stuff. And like both of them were like just like ragey people. So, but yeah, I remember Derek Smart was a lot worse, but he was another guy who kind of had it all come crashing down too. So, names from the past.
Yeah. Speaking of things from the past. I'm playing a game called American Arcadia, which is set in a like recreation of 70s America. It's got that like that real mid-century modern disco era kind of vibe going on. But notice how I said the word recreation. This game is basically a riff on the Truman Show, where the player character discovers that they are in a TV show and that they are unpopular and boring, and therefore the corporation that runs their life is going to have them executed. because apparently that's easier than just like continuing to feed and clothe and house them. So you, with the assistance of the other character you play, who works for that evil corporation, are trying to escape. And so the gameplay of this mixture of like 2D platformer for the section where you're playing as Trevor, the guy's trying to escape, and when you're playing as the other character, it's like a first-person like puzzle adventure game in the vein of Call of the Sea, which was Out of the Blue previous game. So I've only played about an hour and a half of it so far. Thus far, not that much to report. I think it's an interesting fusion of two genres, puzzle platformer and first-person puzzle. I think the puzzle platforming is a little too finicky and doesn't like sometimes relies a little bit too much on good timing, which can be a little bit frustrating. But the vibes are immaculate.
Lately, huh?
No, I can't remember the last puzzle game I played before this. I think the last puzzle game I played before this was Viewfinder.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I must have played another puzzle game. No. The last puzzle game I played before this was Chance of Sonora, which is fantastic.
That was what we were talking about last time. You liked that one.
We didn't talk about it in the last episode
ago?
because I hadn't started it yet.
Okay.
No, I hadn't started
Gotcha.
it yet. I played it in between the last episode and this one. I should have talked about that. That game is
There was
fantastic.
one refresher. I can't remember now. It was one with like you had to type in the codes or whatever and tell the game what to do. That was a while ago though.
That would have been a couple of years ago. I think that was Operation Tango. I hated that game.
That might have been.
This game is pretty good so far. I think they've really captured that Truman Show vibe. They've really done well with the aesthetic as kind of something that people would romanticize, would be nostalgic for in the modern day. Like whatever people are nostalgic for kind of shifts with the times. So like when the Truman Show came out in, was it late 90s? People would have been nostalgic for that Leave It to Beaver kind of era of things. And nowadays, 20 years later, people are nostalgic for like 70s disco era. That's what they associate with wholesomeness, I guess.
Yeah.
So I think they do a good job of capturing that. And I'll have more to say as I play through the game.
Yeah, Truman Show was a brilliant idea for a TV or for a movie. I'm wondering how you capture that in a game. That's going to be cool.
By pretty much riffing on it exactly and
there
making
you
it
go.
slightly more sinister. I don't think they're really doing much beyond it's the Truman Show, but a video game. But I think I will say they have you discover that you're in a TV show pretty fast, like within the first half hour.
Oh.
Yeah, so it's not like that slow dawning realization. Like, the prologue is him discovering it.
Oh, okay.
The other thing I'll know about the prologue, they do the same thing as 30 Flights of Loving in Virginia, where they do a lot of smash cuts, and they're deployed to great effect here. Smash cuts are really hard to do in video games. I don't think 30 Flights of Loving did them particularly well, but here they're a little bit more like Virginia. I think they're really well done.
That's yeah. There's so many games that are coming out like lately that have kind of just been announced like on Game Pass or like little like store markets that I wonder if they're just flying under the radar for people who aren't paying attention, or if it's just you should be like looking or watching one particular place, because a lot just seems to be like falling under the radar now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know how well this game is doing commercially. I would have thought that being the follow-up to Call of the Sea would have given it some publicity, but I haven't really followed to see whether or not people are talking about this and playing it. So we'll see. I hope it does well. I want good things for Out of the Blue. I always want good things for small studios that are doing neat things. So yeah, hopefully it does well.
Can I mention a game that I saw that I think
Yeah.
you especially, Merv, would be super fucking into? There is this horror game called Tenebrous Somnia. It is a point-and-click adventure. It appears to be kind of in the vein of like old kind of Microsoft DOS kind of point-and-click adventures, you play a film student who is returning to her ex-boyfriend's apartment, I guess, to either drop off keys or pick something up. But all of the horror segments are done in cinematic live action. And I was watching a demo, I believe I was watching the demo of it, and it comes without warning. It just happens. And it's really, really, really cool. Like, if you can look it up, like, on Steam, and you can kind of take a look at what I'm talking about. It's really, really
I've already wishlisted it.
it.
Now that you've mentioned it, I was wishlisting it as you were talking about it.
Yeah.
I'm not normally a horror guy, but I'm always into like really unique ideas, and this mixture of live action with, I guess you'd call this 8-bit or 16-bit pixel art, is really neat. So
yeah,
I'm down for something unique like this.
I highly recommend, since we're both on Watch YouTube people, I highly recommend, I believe his name is Nozken, Nozken. He plays a whole bunch of horror games, and he plays a bunch of demos and stuff. They're all no commentary long plays, but he plays a bunch of demos and trailers and like short teases as they come out. I found a lot of really cool, really weird horror games and stuff through his channel. I highly recommend it. He's also one of the people I subscribe to on Patreon, so you'll get to do the thing where you point at the screen when you see my name at the end of the video.
I will say, like, I started watching Thor High Heels before that I knew you were a supporter of him. A supporter of them, I should say. So the second I saw your name in the credits, I was like, I know that person from the internet. Which was a pretty fun moment.
On Newskin, I'm like one of 5 people, and I think I'm like close to the top because I give him like $10 a month. So
I just want to give one quick shout out to a game I'm playing on the side as well when I'm not banging my head against that card game. Lord of the Rings Online has a new expansion out. Just improbable.
I didn't know they're still making content for it.
Absolutely are. They're raging against Amazon buying that license, and I think this is their staking the claim that we ain't gonna go away just without a fight. It is fantastic. It's Corsairs of Umbar. It's post Aragorn is King Elisar, and he's going south to go deal with Umbar. Very, very cool vibes to it. It's like kind of got like a Caribbean kind of vibe, lots of pirates and stuff to it. They actually give you a full Umbar to go roam around in. Loving it so far.
There should be more pirate games. There are not enough of them.
And the new class is a mariner. It's a pirate. So it's kind of like a whole pirate themed expansion, which makes sense. Umbar is very piratey, in feels and stuff. So I'm really, really cool. Really glad to explore that area because there's not a lot of that in the book. So they're taking a lot of liberties with it. But yeah, loving it.
As they should. I gotta ask one thing about Lord of the Rings Online. Do they have Oliphants in there?
There's a scene called an epic battle where your character is like basically part of the Oliphant assassination squad. So
does that mean you're assassinating the Oliphants or like riding on the Oliphant and assassinating other people?
You're taking them down. Like you and like these 2 brothers from this tavern who think they figured out a way to kill it. There's a whole like side quest to this. They like basically like want to take them out, and you have a whole quest to basically go behind enemy lines and figure out a way to do it. And they're basically like the equivalent of like raid bosses. They don't make them easy at all. There's some later on as you like level up that are kind of like not the version with like the people on their backs and stuff, just regular sized elephants. And there's one that you tame and it helps you rebuild Gondor, which I thought was kind of fun. But yeah, they're in there.
This you've made Lord of the Rings Online sound like a Savannah poacher simulator.
You gotta go through the long grass and watch where they are. Yeah, no, a lot of these quests are just kind of like one-offs, but there's nothing that loves the lore that it comes from more than Lord of the Rings Online. That's why I keep playing it. It absolutely loves Tolkien. It loves the property, treats it with a ton of respect. And I think that's why a lot of people are worried about what the fuck Amazon's gonna do with their Lord of the Rings MMO because,
Oh, they're gonna milk it, baby. I know. They're gonna.
Well, technically they only have the license up for the Silmarillion. They don't have anything from the movies or after. So I really wonder what the fuck they're gonna make an MMO out of. That is some dry stuff. That is like.
I mean, you could fill it in and make it interesting. I just don't think.
Oh my god, new owners are bored.
I just don't think I trust Amazon to do anything interesting with the property.
Yeah, I don't either. And it's worse because the show's one thing, but they haven't made a good game yet. They had to unrelease a game that they released. So you got the double whammy going on there with Amazon. Yeah, it's, man, I don't know. But yeah, go if you're still into Lord of the Rings lore, go give the game a shot.
Absolutely. All right, I think it's time to call this episode to a close. So if you would like to keep up to date with the podcast, you can follow us on our website at avocadogamescast.wordpress.com. On that website, we post each episode along with a link dump that fact checks some of the stuff we say. You can also subscribe to us on Apple Podcasts, Google Podcasts, and Spotify. I said and. You should subscribe on all three to help our
Just
numbers,
don't get us in trouble with the Canadian government, whatever you do.
Yeah, this is like, even though you can't, we're not doing this for money. It's not like if our numbers go up, it helps us in any way, shape, or form. But
it makes us
tell your friends.
Makes you feel good. You're back.
It makes me feel good to see that people are listening to this. We all have jobs outside of this. This is just for fun, but spread the word. See what happens. All you have to do to find our podcast on these podcast services is search for Avocado Gamescast, because nobody else is stupid enough to call their podcast Avocado Gamescast. And make sure you check the community that spawned this podcast, The Avocado, at the-avocado.org. It's a wonderful community of folks who talk about not just video games, but also books and movies and music and all sorts of other wonderful things. So thank you to QuinleyThorne, Kappa, and unfortunately Captain Blasto, who had to drop off because American internet services are still not up to snuff. Yeah, his internet connection just kind of died for 2 hours. And then he messaged me just as we were closing. Yeah, my internet's back up, but I'm going to bed. And I'm like, that makes sense. I'm sorry that your internet gave out on you. So thank you to everyone who participated in the podcast today. Thank you to our listeners. And we will see you next time for our year-end extravaganza. We're going to talk about our games of the year, run down gaming events, and of course talk about the winners and losers of the Game Awards. But more importantly, talk about our games of the year, because that's really the highlight of that episode. We will see you next time. Take care, everyone. Good night.
Bye.